Good evening and welcome to the May 5th meeting of the Cohasset Conservation Commission. I'm Chris McFarland, acting chairman, and be running tonight's meeting as we implement Massachusetts and Cohasset Wetland Protection Acts and Cohasset Stormwater Management Regulations. We'll be operating tonight's meeting via the Zoom platform and ask anyone from the public who wishes to speak to enter your questions or comments into the chat box along with your name and address. Only comments associated with a name and address will be recognized. Tonight, on behalf of Conservation Commission, is our town conservation agent, Charlotte Patel. And I'll now take a roll call vote of commissioners and associate commissioners. William Ashton.
William Ashton present.
Tom Bell is not present. Kathy Berrigan.
Kathy Berrigan present.
Eric Eisenhower.
Eric Eisenhower present.
Tricia Grady.
Tricia Grady present.
Jay Pampari.
Rick Pampari present.
Chris McFarland present. And our associate commissioner, Chris McIntyre.
Chris McIntyre present.
So tonight we have a quorum of 6 voting members, and if Tom Bell shows up, we'll get him to log himself in. First order of business this evening is 2 hearings. I'm going to open them and then immediately continue them to May the 19th, our next hearing. The first is NOI 22-12 and Stormwater Permit 22-08. Which is 221 Hull Street. That hearing is now open and now it is closed, and we're going to continue that until May the 19th.
Pretty quick.
Yes, that was a quick one. We're gonna do them all that. We're gonna do them all that way
tonight, Chris.
We're gonna keep going. That's
Just Mr. Chairman, just a point of reference here that the hearing is actually not closed. We're just continuing it until May 19th, correct?
Yes, that's correct. I apologize if I said closed. I didn't mean that. Our second hearing this evening is NOI 22-11 and Stormwater Permit 22-06 for 46 Border Street. So we're going to open that hearing and then now continue to May the 19th, 2022. Okay. To get down to real business, we'll start with RDA 22-09, 92A Beach Street, which is a tree removal, and this has been continued from April the 21st.
Mr. Chairman, just letting you know I was absent for the April 21st meeting. However, I have listened to the tape with respect to 92A Beach Street and prepared to comment on this tonight.
Thank you. Charlotte, I'll leave it to you to.
Yep. Hi, Bob. Can you hear us?
Well, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Oh, life is so good. So,
Bob, I can share my screen, and if you want to start and just kind of, start on introducing, what your project is, and I can pull up pictures and the RDA application form.
okay, great. Well, this is Bob Bailey. I moved here about 9 months ago and have really been enjoying our location. Last winter, we had a storm or two, as you guys were aware. And during one of those storms, I have tree 1, which is the furthest basically to the north, both on my property line, and it broke in half. And it looked solid, but anyway, and it took out my fence. You can see that, there you go. And so that prompted me, I called Andrew Spalt of Total Tree Care to come over and see about removing it. And he was going to join me tonight, but I haven't seen him yet. So I guess it's up to me. But anyway, when he came over, he said, wow, you got 4 trees that have to go right now. And so I contacted Charlotte and she came over and looked. And I think she agreed with me that they looked pretty dangerous. They're all looming over the house. The tree one, like I say, was the most solid of it. We could look at tree 2, if I can find it. Oh, it's probably on the back of this page. There we go. You can see about 20 feet above the ground, it's got a huge hole which goes in almost to the other side. So the tree is alive and well. These are all Norway maple, by the way, which are an invasive species, but they've been here for quite a long time. So that's the reason that that one would want it. We'd want to take it out. If you look at, let's see, Charlotte, can you find tree 3? Yeah, tree 3, which is the one on the most left, as you can see, is also very hollow. That's hollow right at the ground. And also very suspect of how long it'll be there. All these trees are probably 75 to 90 feet tall. So when they go down, a significant portion of them would hit the house. So anyway, I didn't realize how bad they were until Andrew pointed it out. And then tree 4 is probably the scariest of them all. And I've got a picture of that. There you go. And that's probably 60 feet above the ground, that the tree is hardly anything left of it. It's just totally rotten. And if the upper portion of that came off in the wrong wind, it would basically crash through my library. So it's also quite scary. These trees are close to the little harbor. They're probably 60 feet above, beyond the high water mark of Little Harbor. They are on my property and they are fairly easy to get at to remove. The lawn goes right up to basically tree 4. And so they can come in with a lift or a crane and just pull them out and put them on our driveway. So there would be very little damage or no damage to the environment. I don't know if you can see it, but basically behind these trees, lower down, but are new saplings that are coming up probably 20, 30 feet tall. So taking these down won't impact any kind of visuals from either from Little Harbor or from my neighbors. And so that's pretty much it. Pretty straightforward tree removal. Would like to get it done before basically the next storm, because I kind of sit there and worry a lot. There you can see that's looking basically north from the lawn, so you can see the trees are readily accessible from the yard, and they are on my property. So anyway, I would appeal to you to let me take them down. I don't know what the real procedure is, but that's what we would like to do.
Charlotte, can you add anything to this?
No, so yeah, like Bob said, I went out to the site and I do have some additional photos, but as you guys can see, they are pretty close to the house and the existing fence. So we already saw one fall over onto the fence and the others could potentially fall in the house. But, given the close proximity to Little Harbor, that's why I recommended, providing a submission to the commission, notifying abutters, submitting the form, just to make sure we're going through the right process for everybody. But I didn't have any other comments to add.
Do you have any wider view photographs?
Sure, I can pull up my photos.
I probably do, but I don't know how to do it. I am total. This is my first zooming thing, so I'm pretty ignorant.
You're doing quite well.
I wish, Bob, I wish I was so lucky this was my first Zoom.
Well, I could see. I appreciate you guys spending your time doing this. So yeah, you can see how rotten these trees are, and like I say, they're all an invasive species, the Norway maple. So they do not fit the site at all. They are growing there, but they're very sick. Tree 3 has probably been hit by lightning, maybe it looks like 4 or 5 times. I'm not sure why. You can see on that, so. And then the closest house there, you can see through the trees right now because it's winter.
Charlotte, I have a question for you.
Sure.
Since you've been out there taking these pictures, maybe
Mhm.
not by looking at these couple of pictures, but as clearly these pictures were taken probably in the past couple of weeks before the foliage has kicked in.
Mhm.
If you just showed, if you go back another pitch there, is it safe to say that I'm looking at a satellite image here on my phone. There are a significant amount of trees outside of this tree. This is not like this. These are the
Mhm.
only 4 trees on the lot, correct?
Correct, yeah. So here I can show a photo that, it shows all the trees that are in the surrounding area. So like,
Yeah.
you can kind of see them here and then
Right.
behind
Okay.
and,
Yeah.
Yeah.
The satellite image that shows that it's very, very heavily wooded. but
Yeah, it's
almost-
a fairly forested lot. I don't think
Okay.
it's buildable, but it might be, I guess, if you wanted to bring in enough fill. But it's actually owned by one of my neighbors. I sent out the letters to them, and the only one that reacted sent me over their arborist to see if I could hire him. So that's
And is your intention just to remove the tree, or are you hoping to remove the stumps as well?
well, I would take them down as close to the ground as I can. As you can see, when they actually filled with big rocks to build the side yard in the pool area. So some of the trees have rocks up against them, and I don't think we would attempt to change that. So we would, like the one picture you're looking at right now, or at least I am, we would cut it above that rock that you see there. So we cut them as close to the ground as we can, but like I say, they're kind of in a fill situation. So we're not going to try to stump remove or anything like that. And we don't really want to, because we want to leave the little trees. You can see some of them there in that picture that would continue to provide basically a shield of the operation or future, looking into my yard. So it's really going to have very little impact, in my opinion.
Robert, are you proposing to mitigate this by planting trees on a
I can't-
one-to-one basis or whatever?
I can if you like, but there's no problem there. I would,
That's our normal policy.
well, that's fine. You tell me to do that so I can take them down. I'd be glad to. I would not plant Norway maples. I would probably plant
It's not.
some other
Maybe.
ash
Yeah,
or
yeah.
something that's appropriate to the site. But I'm more than happy to do that. And in fact, I'd kind of like to do that just so we don't have these all of this stuff is Norway maple coming up. And it really is not appropriate. So it's going to be a problem in another 30 years.
Okay.
Go ahead, sorry.
No, go ahead, Jay.
I was just gonna say, it sounded like, I don't know if the commission is looking for like a replacement. So if the commission was going in that direction, which I think Eric may have been alluding to, was there, to go to the applicant, Bob, was there a particular tree or that Andrew had recommended would thrive in the area?
We haven't gotten that far. I didn't know if you were going to recommend it or not, since there was a fair amount of undergrowth in that area. But I would love to, like I say, I would consider ash or something else that grows in very wet ground. And I can certainly find that out and do that.
Robert, we have a list of preferred trees we recommend for moist soils. In this case where trees are being taken down in the buffer zones and all that. And the first thing to do would be to sit down, I think, with Charlotte and your arborist and that list and decide which ones are most appropriate. All right.
Okay.
In a cooperative
Right.
way.
So
Easily done.
I have no problem with that whatsoever. We'll figure it out. I did not see the list. Like I say, this is kind of my first attempt at doing something like this. So, and anyway, so can we pass this with a recommendation that I talk to Charlotte and get some agreeable trees to replace them with?
Charlotte, there's some questions in the Q&A, but they don't seem appropriate to this hearing, so.
Yes, these would be for, I believe, Treats Pond. So we can address these further into the evening.
Okay, then in that case, I'm gonna ask if anyone else has any other comments. I'll entertain a motion.
Can I move?
No, I can't, you can't move. Come on, someone give me a motion here, otherwise I'll do it myself.
Excuse me for coughing.
All right, Chris McFarland makes a motion to close the public hearing and to issue a, what are we issuing here? -3 determination?
Correct, yeah.
With the condition that for every tree that's removed, another tree is planted in its place. The trees will be from the Cohasset Conservation Commission list of native species. And it will be planted at a size that allows it to be brought in by hand with the minimal amount of disturbance to the wetland. So I'm expecting that to be maybe a 2-inch caliper tree. Do I have a second?
Second.
Fish Grady,
Just
second.
to add to that condition before there's a second, that the tree is acceptable to the conservation agent prior to planting.
Now do I have a second?
Second,
I have a
second.
Having a motion and a second to find a -3 determination for RDA 22-09. And just so you know, Bob, negative means positive.
Okay, I was hoping so.
Negative's a good thing.
So who is
We'll take a
the,
roll. We'll take a roll call vote. William Ashton,
William Ashton, aye.
Tom Bell. Oh, were you here at the beginning? You weren't here at the beginning. Sorry, Tom, you gotta wait. Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisner, aye.
Trish Grady,
Fish Grady, aye.
Jay Pampari,
Jay Pimbari, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 600.
well,
So-
thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate that. Could you tell me who this has to approve these trees again? I didn't pick that up.
That'll
Charlotte.
be me.
Charlotte.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
Charlotte? Oh, all
I'll
right.
we'll issue a determination form for you, Bob, and then we'll have that condition in there. And then I'm happy to have that discussion with you and Andrew, and we'll pick out a species that works.
Okay, thank you very
Okay.
much.
Awesome. Thank you, Bob.
Perfect. Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Aye.
Bye-bye.
Okay. I'd like to welcome Tom Bell to our next hearing. So now we have a quorum of 7.
Welcome,
I'd
Tom
also-
Bell.
I'd also like to mention that a hearing for this evening that also will be continued is NOI 22-12 stormwater, oh, that's the wrong one. NOI 21-26 for 12 Hobart Lane. So I'm going to open that hearing and immediately continue that as well to May the 19th.
Oh, sorry, that one's June 2nd. Sorry, Chris.
Okay. I'm sorry, it's being continued till June the 2nd?
Mhm.
Okay. We can be continued June the 2nd. 6-2. All right. Our next hearing this evening is a show cause hearing for 22 Pratt Court. Charlotte, I'll have you bring in the,
Yes. Yeah, so we have, I'm promoting TJ Dayhill, who is the property owner of 22 Pratt. Hey, TJ, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
All right. I'm happy to share my screen, TJ, unless you'd like to pull up anything first, or,
I don't have any material, but
okay,
I'm
sure.
in my yard and I can show video if anybody wants to see it.
Sure. So I'm happy to start if that's okay. So, TJ contacted me. I did get a report from one of our commissioners about some tree removal activity on the property. TJ actually called me the next day and we went over there. We saw, a tree that was cut down. It appeared to be near the isolated vegetated wetland on the property. So we had a discussion about getting the wetland delineated. There was actually someone on North Main who had the wetland recently delineated, so I knew it was an isolated vegetated wetland. So we contacted South River Environmental to come out and look at the site. And we flagged the edge of the wetland. And we also did some 25-foot buffer flags from those wetland flags to kind of encompass where the disturbed area was. There was some, heavy machinery that was brought in. Sorry, I can pull up my screen as I'm talking. And, it had disturbed some of the, the edge of the wetland area when we ended up flagging the property. So this part right here was actually in the wetland a little bit, but the tree itself, which I'll get to in a second, this was in the 25-foot buffer based off of South River Environmental's determination. And the South River Environmental provided a wetland summary form, which I'm happy to share. But TJ, would you like to speak a little bit to the recent activity?
I don't know if I've got anything to add.
Okay.
The photos are appropriate. You've nailed it.
Okay. And yeah, TJ, just as we discussed, the purpose of the show cause hearing is kind of just to explain, what happened and the next course of action. Every site's different, so it kind of depends on the commission's input of what they'd like to be done next in terms of next steps. Does anyone have any questions? These are the pink wetland flags that were added by South River Environmental. So they're along the edge of the isolated vegetated wetland on the property. So some of the damage did occur right at this end here, actually in the wetland, but then everything else was in the buffer.
You don't have a broad shot of the situation, do you?
I think I do at the end. Hold on.
I mean, Charlotte, I'm happy to share video.
Sure.
I'm standing there right now, if that would help.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Everybody see me okay?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So let me see if I can flip this around. So this is, you can see here is the first flag, the next flag that marks. So those pink are the delineation of the edge of the wetlands. These tire marks here were made when they brought the machine in to ultimately the entire effort was all to take down this tree, which you can see this thing. I've lived in town 6 years now, and this tree has been dead since I moved in. The brush you can see around here, it's all kind of similar, has been climbing it and tearing it down. And you can see this tree there it's sort of still climbing up that one. So it had climbed recently. It had split recently. And so I brought someone in, taking it down. I thought I was further enough from the edge of the wetland to do that. Obviously I was not. And then as part of that, while we were clearing, you can see that Charlotte was kind enough to stake out the 25-foot edge, which is marked by these flags here. There's a flag down there. So you can see the work that took place in the buffer zone. And we also did some work outside of the buffer zone. I will step back as far as I can to kind of capture what I think is the extent of it. So that is pretty much what you're looking at right there. So in total, it was that very large tree that we took down that had long been dead. I think it was a rock maple, and I couldn't tell you what this smaller tree here was. But the intent was that we were, clear this brush away, grade this out, and just, maybe truck in some loam and seed the area. But that, that was the original plan. And so after I spoke with Charlotte, after we delineated the wetlands, I haven't done anything out here since. So waiting for this meeting and what direction would come next.
Charlotte, can you confirm were there any trees cut inside the 25-foot IVW setback?
Yes. So the large tree that you see is within the 25-foot buffer, and that smaller tree a little bit further up is also within the 25 feet.
Okay. Charlotte, what's your recommendation here? I'll put you on the spot because we have a long night.
Sure, yeah. So usually, I mean, from what we've done so far is, we have asked for a mitigation plan to see, how we can remedy the situation by, planting new trees, cleaning up the area. We've worked with wetlands specialists who delineated the wetland, at least with our Parker Ave situation, and we've asked for, a little bit more of an official plan and that the commission can review. So if we'd like to kind of stick to that, request to work on a mitigation plan and, either planting a new tree or just, fixing the area. And if we want to condition in any way of whether or not we want the stump removed, we can do that. And we would probably have to do that through an RDA submission, unless we would
Right.
just want to review the mitigation plan first at a future hearing.
How about an after the fact RDA?
Do that.
I'm comfortable with that. After the fact RDA to remedy the situation. And
Okay.
have the homeowner talk to Charlotte about what needs to be done here.
Okay.
I don't know, that'd be my recommendation to move this along.
Okay.
Let me ask you a question, Charlotte. As far as the stump,
Mhm.
normally we would not want to have additional work done within the buffer zone. And that would be removing the stump. Ideally, this area should be returned to its natural state,
Mhm.
which is somewhat overgrown. It's not a lawn. It's a wild area, has some trees, and that type of thing. Is that how you see this going?
I think that should be a sufficient plan to just, keep the area and restore it as is. And then I can work with TJ on an after the fact RDA, and we can discuss plantings and anything that he would like to put in that area to bring it back to its natural state.
Okay.
I'm
Charlotte,
comfortable with
I
that.
know you've been identifying vernal pools. Was there any possibility this was a vernal pool?
No, I talked with South River Environmental, and he did not have, the wetland scientist did not have any confidence that this was a potential vernal pool.
Okay. Do we need to take a vote on this?
I don't think we need to take a vote unless, you're going to do a formal enforcement action. But I think to move this along, we would just have the applicant file an after the fact RDA would be my recommendation.
Sounds good.
Good.
And TJ, we'll be in touch about that, and we'll work out drafting the submission.
So, okay, I'll reach out to you tomorrow then. And
Okay.
you can guide me through the waters.
Absolutely, sounds good.
Town
Thank you
hall's
for your
only
time.
open till 1.
Say again?
Town hall is only open till 1 o'clock, so. hit the
On a
road.
Friday, yeah.
Well, I only live down the street, so shouldn't be a problem.
Yep, you can make
All
it. Thank you,
Okay.
TJ.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
You.
Thank you, TJ.
Our next hearing this evening is stormwater permit 22-13. The project at called Situate Hill. I'd like to read in the public notice. In accordance with Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetland Bylaw and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, May 5th, 2022 at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on a Zoom platform for stormwater permit 22-13 to construct 3 structures on 2 undeveloped lots that will comprise of trade bays and office space for Crocker Nantasket LLC at Situate Hill.
Great, thank you,
Jeff.
Chris. Jeff Acid here with Morse Engineering on behalf of the applicant. The applicant is Paul Davis. If he is on
Okay.
the call, can you promote him?
Sure. I do see Paul on the call, so promoting him now.
Great. All right, so I'll dive into the project. This is a stormwater permit application for a tradesman style commercial project. And the property is located at the end of Situate Hill. And actually, I'll share my screen. So 3A is located at the bottom of the page, and Situate Hill runs up the hill to a cul-de-sac. And this property is located at the end of that cul-de-sac. It's made up of 2 parcels that total 5.5 acres. And it's not developed with any structures currently, but it is developed with, there's currently a gravel driveway going up the hill to a flat area at the top. The site is, for the most part, cleared of vegetation. The tree line is right here currently, with this portion being wooded and this portion being cleared. Although it has grown back, I would call it more of a brush at this point.
Excuse me, Jeff, just for other commissioners, this is the you store it location, correct?
That property is also on Situate Hill. It's located here at the bottom.
I mean, but that's the entry road that we would know, correct?
Exactly, yep. Directly across from Forest Street.
Okay, thank you.
So yeah, the property is partially developed. There are no wetlands on the property or within 100 feet. Therefore, it's a stormwater permit only. To give you the history of the project, the Situate Hill is a commercial subdivision road that was permitted through the planning board in 2005. There was another project on this property permitted through the planning board last year. It was going to be 9 office buildings, which that buyer ended up not purchasing the land. So this is a totally unrelated project. I don't think they made it to conservation, though. It was permitted through the planning board, so you may or may not have been aware of it. So moving on to this project, the proposed work will be to bring in a 20-foot wide paved commercial driveway coming off the end of the cul-de-sac at the highest point, traversing the hill back to the flat area located at the top of the hill, where there'll be parking and 3 buildings. The first building, Building A, is going to be the applicant's building. He owns and operates Rosano Davis Septic Pumping. So the intent would be they would store their trucks in that building and have a small amount of office space. The other 2 buildings will each have 4 tradesman units as rental units. So they might be, plumbers, electricians, carpenters. So a very low traffic use compared to other uses that could go onto this property. And, being on a hill, and I know they did have some issues when they were building the roadway itself, erosion control will be the critical matter here. For that reason, this front area, the hillside, will remain undisturbed in its brush state to help with erosion. I have another sheet showing the erosion barriers, but it's a double barrier, one at the top at the limit of work, and then another erosion barrier down here. And also the driveway is going, as soon as it's roughed in, is going to intercept any runoff as well. So for trees, we're not showing a lot of buffer screening or property line screening. The reason is that this is at the highest point on the property, and it's not really visible from 3A or any of the abutting properties unless you really kind of turned your head and looked up at it. So for screening, we have evergreens behind Building A, so that it'd be break up the line of sight a little bit as you come up the hill. And then we have deciduous trees throughout along the driveway and throughout the parking area in the back. The utilities, there are stubs that were left along the frontage for electric, gas, water, sewer, and drainage. So those will all be connected. And when they permitted the roadway, they put in a shared septic system located right here, which was over-designed to accommodate this property. So it's a simple septic design, basically sewer manholes tying into the existing sewer manholes to that system. We have filed with the Board of Health for that. And they also over-designed the stormwater system to handle the development of this property as well. So that's very key. We've studied the reports that were done, and they assumed that this property would be developed with about 85,000 square feet of impervious, and we're coming in 19.5% less than that. So therefore, the system that's in place can more than handle it. And it's been over-designed. So the system is made up of catch basins throughout the parking lot and driveway, capturing the runoff and piping it into the drainage system in Situate Hill, which pipes down the hill and over into the infiltration basin. And again, that has been overly designed. This will all be peer reviewed as part of the planning board process. So our intent for this evening is to answer any questions from the commission, and then push this out a month to June 2nd. At that time, hopefully we'll have a peer review complete and also have presented it to the planning board. So with that, I'll entertain any questions.
Has zoning reviewed this, Jeff?
The building inspector has seen the plan. As far as I know, it does not require going before the zoning board of appeals.
Jeff, were there any, I know you've got about 8 drawings here, so I was just scanning through them as you were speaking. It sounds like you want to continue the hearing, so obviously based on other town boards having input to this. One quick question is, do you have test pits for the buildings out back?
We don't have test pits, and the reason we don't is that we're directing all the roof runoff into dry wells, but it's really just for good measure, and then they'll overflow to the catch basins. And our drainage calculations don't take credit for them either. The stormwater system that's already in place, it has been sized to handle the roof runoff being piped to it and infiltrated in that location.
Well, I was referring to the infiltration chamber, but it's also to the building itself. Are you going to be excavating down? Are these buildings going to be garage slabs, or are you going to be doing any excavation for the buildings themselves?
They're going to be on slabs, and in the front of the buildings, it's a slight cut, and then more so fill at the rear of the building.
So there's not a heavy cut here to pour these slabs.
No, no, there isn't.
Okay.
Jeff, do you have an estimate of how much you're going to cut and how much you're going to fill?
I do. I haven't done a formal cut fill plan, but that was really the key in designing the site. We went through a lot of iterations. If we were to use the existing gravel driveway, the existing driveway that comes up right here, in order to get that down to a reasonable slope, we had to lower the site by about 20 feet. So that's why we're starting the top and traversing. We're able to get up to the grade where we're for the most part matching the plateau up here, but it works out to about 8,000 cubic yards, which might sound like a lot, but it's a fraction compared to the other 2 designs that have gone through the planning board. To compare, the subdivision plans where they anticipated how this lot would be developed had the site being lowered by about 25 feet further than what we're proposing. And then the project that was just permitted through the planning board, which was much more dense, also had it being lowered by about 20 feet further than this. So that's why you see the long driveway kind of traversing up and around.
So how big is the footprint of these 3 structures in total?
They're each about 7,500 square feet.
Yeah,
a little bit under that.
All right, so you're essentially distributing that 8,000 cubic yards over 3 buildings, so it doesn't sound all that bad after all.
No, they're pretty good sized buildings.
So I guess one of my concerns here is what sort of stuff is going to be stored here. We're talking about heavy equipment and you're going to do maintenance like oil changes and perhaps repairs here, or is this just passive parking?
Passive parking. They have other locations throughout town, which they are going to continue to operate. They just need more room. And this location would not be for maintenance. It would just be to store the vehicles.
Okay, great.
Jeff, just a quick question. If you could blow this up a little bit. I noticed that through the driveway, there are a couple of catch basins and a couple proposed manholes. Where do they flow into?
Sure. So the upper parking lots will grade to the catch basins and manholes.
Yeah.
which all flow down the driveway with additional catch basins periodically collecting runoff. The last proposed manhole is located here, DMH 13, which then there's actually a pipe that it will connect to right here. It then goes into the drainage system under Situate Hill that exists today, which is 24-inch RCP pipes running down and then over behind the storage facility and discharging into the basin at the head wall here and here, 2 locations.
Are you capturing the runoff from the driveway and routing it the same way, essentially?
We are, yes.
Yeah, okay. And I'm assuming the drainage basin is has enough volume for have you estimated a 10-year storm, 100-year storm? What's the size of, what have you estimated for volume on the drainage basin?
They they sized it using HydroCAD, the typical way, and they sized it to reduce the amount of runoff in all of the storm events up to a 100-year storm event.
Okay, all right, thank you. I don't have any further comment. It sounds like other towns and boards may have some input, but happy to comment after we circle back from other towns and boards if need be.
So Jeff, this is just a single catchment with that rather complicated routing and then a single design point at the end of all of that, right? Is that what we're talking about?
That's correct. Yep.
Okay.
If you look closely at the watershed plans, you'll see that there are some other smaller watershed areas, but that's a primary one where all of our proposed work is going to drain to.
So these contour lines are pretty close together. This is pretty steep here. Are you going to face some of that steep stuff with stone, or you were talking about issues of erosion here? This is presumably it's on the side of Situate Hill, so it's a lodgement till, which is pretty dense stuff in all likelihood. I mean, but you do have an erosion issue. So I'm particularly concerned about the, I guess it would be, me, I like to deal with cardinal directions, and I hate to see that north arrow pointing the way it is, but let me think about it. So the west-facing side along your driveway is really steep. How do you plan to, and you're going to fill along the north side of it. So how do you plan to stabilize all of this very steep terrain?
Yeah. So the intent was to keep the grades at either 2 to 1 or less, so that they can be stabilized with seeding.
So those are
as
1 foot
opposed to
contours.
riprap.
Are those 1 foot contours there that you're pointing at?
2 foot contours.
2 foot contours.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's steep.
It's also a 40 scale plan.
Yeah.
We typically use 20. It's a big property.
Yeah.
So certainly, what we're shooting for is to be able to stabilize it with vegetation. But if they have a troubled area, they could add riprap.
So is there any soil over the till here? You haven't
There
done
is,
any
yes.
test bits. You haven't done any test bits, so it's kind of hard for us to tell, how much actual soil there might be here before you really start getting into that till.
Yeah, so I mean, the steep part of the hillside is stabilized at this point. It's brushy. There's topsoil, otherwise it wouldn't be growing. The flat area up top is more of a bare gravel soil. But that's the area that will be disturbed anyways. And I think the key is leave this area undisturbed.
Yeah.
And then the roadway is going to capture runoff. In the proposed conditions, there will be 5 feet of riprap on either side of the driveway.
That's
Not
sort of what I was getting
in
at.
the flat area, though, more to work as a swale and capture the runoff coming off the hillside.
Okay.
Jeff, is one of your plans a tree removal plan?
No, the existing tree line is here,
Yes.
and this is the only wooded portion. I couldn't tell you how many trees are in there at this point.
I mean, we should know what's actually coming out of there.
Sure, I'll get a number on that.
Okay. All right, so this is going to be continued. Does anyone else have any pressing questions for this evening?
No.
All right, so Jeff, should we just plan to, what was the date? You had mentioned a date, didn't you?
June 2nd, please.
June 2nd? Well, then we're in agreement and we'll continue this till June the 2nd then.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to hang around. We have the next NOI project on.
Okay, which is also a new hearing. Our next hearing this evening, NOI 22-17 for 22 Atlantic Avenue. Notice of public hearing. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetland Bylaw and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, May 5th, 2022 at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on a Zoom platform. For notice of intent 22-17 from Robert and Sandra Spies to construct a lawn and play area at 22 Atlantic Avenue. So, welcome, Jeff.
All right. Okay, so this is an NOI filing to create a small lawn and play area. Atlantic Ave is on the right side of the page to the east of the property. And they have a paved driveway up to the single family home that was built in 1950. The lot is a little over an acre in size. It is entirely upland with the exception of FEMA floodplain at the lower area down here, being elevation 10, shown in yellow. And offsite, there's a bordering vegetated wetland. The wetland shown in blue, the 50-foot no disturb area in red, and the 100-foot jurisdictional area in green. So it's a relatively large property, but with all the ledge and slopes, they really don't have any flat lawn area, and they have a couple small children. So the idea of this project is to construct a fieldstone wall that would be no more than 3 feet tall here, to fill behind it and take a small cut here, creating a lawn play area that's about 1,100 square feet. There will be a mulch sock down gradient of the work. And the only 2 trees within the vicinity are these 2, and they are noted to remain. So there's no proposed tree removal. All the work is outside of the 50-foot buffer, and the wall is approximately 75 feet from the wetland. So for those reasons, we feel that this project can be permitted under a notice of intent application. Thank you.
Charlotte, do you have anything to add to this, please?
Yeah, so I was out here in January. I can pull up site photos if anyone would like to get the visual, but I did discuss the same option of a notice of intent with Cassandra and Rob, just because it is an undisturbed area previously, and so it was a little awkward, at least from my perspective, to recommend an RDA, even though it is it's a lawn and retaining wall. And I did walk around the property with them. Most of their property is large existing ledge outcrops, and then their front yard goes down close to Atlantic Ave. So this would be a little bit of, correct me if I'm wrong, guys, it might be a safer place to put the play area, but just because this was an undisturbed area, it seemed like it might be better just to submit a notice of intent. I can pull up the photos too if someone would like to.
I don't need to see the photos.
Nope. Okay.
Oh, there they are. Go ahead.
Sorry. Oh yeah, I'll just go through them. But yeah, this is the area where the proposed lawn play area would be. So the wetland is, further up in the picture. So this is mostly just grass and some shrubs. I was here in January, so everything's dead right now, but this is just the side with Atlantic Ave in the background. And I can go through the rest of the photos, but they'll just show that the property has a lot of ledge all around it, and they didn't want to disturb those ledge outcrops.
Charlotte, is there any ledge? Are there any ledge outcrops that are going to be cut?
Jeff, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe so for this particular area unless there's something underneath that we might need to think about, but this area looked pretty grassy.
Yeah, that's a correct description.
So there will be no ledge outcrops removed.
No, it's not the intent.
Okay, thank you.
And then this is the front yard. So as you can see, it is pretty close to the road, which is why they're considering the, area on the side of the house. But yeah, there's really large ledge outcrops everywhere.
So this actually may fall under the new bylaw in terms of, it's not just ledge removal, it's also fill. So we need an estimate of how much material is going to be moved around here. I think all of us are still unfamiliar with this, and it's not clear to me that this is even relevant. But Jeff, if you would take a close look at this and see that whatever you're going to do is in compliance, that would be helpful, I think.
Sure. Would it be okay if I reviewed that with the building inspector?
Yeah. I think he probably has a pretty good notion of this. My recollection is that as long as you're cutting and filling and nothing moves off the property, then that 10 cubic yards threshold is not, doesn't matter. But I could be wrong about this. We've yet to enforce this in any way.
So Tom, just for clarification, you're talking about planning board bylaws. You're not talking about Conservation Commission bylaws.
Oh, yeah. Well, it wasn't even clear to me who's supposed to enforce this. Thanks, Jay.
It's a zoning regulation.
Right. I just want to clarify that. Yep. You raise a good point, Tom. I just want to.
We just want to make sure that this gets done right. And if it's not our jurisdiction, then yeah, I'll withdraw here. But you might expect then to hear from planning, or so probably the best thing to do is to talk to the building commissioner, see what he has to say.
Okay, yeah, we can certainly do that.
Any other comments?
No, I mean, Mr. Chair, are you looking to entertain, Tom did raise a very valid point. However, it's not within our jurisdiction to enforce that. Would we, like we have in other areas, want to condition it subject to meeting all of the conditions of planning, zoning board, etc.? I'm comfortable with that.
I'm comfortable with that.
All right, Jay Campari will make a motion to approve the project. It does not seem like we need a variance because there's no work being done on the 50-foot buffer. I will make a motion to approve, issue an order of conditions for the work at 22 Atlantic Avenue with a specific condition that the plan also be, that the plan and meet the conditions of any planning board or zoning board bylaws, etc.
Or a second?
I'll second.
Having a motion and a second to issue an order of conditions for NOI 22-17 at 22 Atlantic Avenue. We'll take a roll call vote. William Ashton,
William Ashton, aye.
Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisenhower, aye.
Trish Grady,
Trish Grady, aye.
Jay Campari,
Jay Campari, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 7-0-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Our next hearing this evening is an emergency status request, which I don't have a. Excuse me one second. Charlotte, I'm seeing an emergency status request followed by an NOI 22-16 for Treats Pond, which says continued from 4/21, but This wasn't on the docket for 421, was it?
It originally was, but we were waiting on one final document, so we had to automatically continue until today. And then the emergency.
Did we read it into the public record?
I don't think we've read it into the public record yet. I
I'm just looking
can
this
try to pull up the notice real quick. If that helps.
Charlotte, is everybody here from the town represented? I know there was some questions
Yes.
about having,
Yes. So we have
Everybody
Brian
here?
Joyce on the call. Do you want me to promote him now, or do you want me to try and find the Patriot, I'm sorry, the public notice, or?
whatever you want to do.
Okay.
No, I'll take care of the public notice.
Okay. I'm promoting Brian Joyce from Department of Public Works.
I'm gonna read it to begin with, whether, even if it has to do with NOI 22-16. This is for Treats Pond Drainage, the city of, the town of Cohasset. Notice of public hearing in accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetland Bylaw and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw. The Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, May 5th, 2022 at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on a Zoom platform for notice of intent 22-16 to make modifications to drainage system at Treats Pond by the town of Cohasset. So the first part of this hearing is actually listed as an emergency status request. I believe Charlotte has circulated information to that effect. I assume we're going to hear kind of both. Basic. We'll hear first the emergency status request and then move on to the notice of intent.
Correct. Hi, Brian.
Charlotte, can I just ask you, I know we want to get this down procedurally as far as what's going to occur here, but my first question is, without getting into a heavy detail, is the emergency certification request, does that mimic the NOI that we're going to hear immediately after? Are there any difference in detail of the plan for the certification request or the NOI? They're the same project, correct?
Correct. So it's the same project. And Brian, I don't know if you want to start. We're waiting for Weston and Sampson, but did you want to start now to start with the emergency request? But it will be, yes, it will be the same project for the emergency notice of intent.
I guess, I don't know, maybe, can I just jump in one more time?
Chairman.
Again, I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page here, and maybe Brian's going to state that out, but it would be good if Charlotte, if you gave us an overview of exactly what we are procedurally with the emergency certification, what that means, how long it is good for, what we would be doing if we approved it or denied it, etc., before we get into the NOI. I think that would be good for us, and it'd be good for the audience as well, because I know we have some audience members here.
Before you do that, Charlotte, please go ahead, Eric.
Mr. Chairman, I will recuse myself for personal reasons from this project, and I will step off now. All right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Charlotte.
Sure. Yeah. So I did distribute the emergency request once we received it from DPW to the commissioners, and it's posted on the Cohasset website. We do have abutters from Atlantic Ave and other related parties in the audience as well. So the comments, by the way, I believe are in relation to Treats Pond, so we can address those at some point during this hearing. And the process with the emergency certification is per the Wetlands Protection Act regulations. An emergency certification, the commission or its commissioner or agents would grant the emergency within 24 hours. And they would have 30 days upon approval to complete the work to abate the emergency. And beyond the 30 days, none of that would be permitted past 30 days. The process is, if an emergency certification were to be granted tonight for this project, it would be, the emergency cert would be issued by us, and it would be submitted to Mass DEP tonight. So I will do that in the back end. And Mass DEP has up to 7 days per the regulations to either acknowledge or reject the emergency certification. If they acknowledge it, and don't say anything within 7 days, it would continue up to the 30-day time period for which the work, if not completed, would have to stop, and everything else would have to go forth with the notice of intent. And if the Mass DEP did reject it, the work would have to stop immediately, and we'd have to just continue with the notice of intent or the order of conditions if an order of conditions were also to be approved tonight. If the commission rejects the emergency certification, there are options for DPW to appeal to Mass DEP, and then it would be up to them as to whether or not they would like to grant the emergency on their end, or if they will also reject it and continue with the notice of intent. Does anyone have any questions about the regulations? Our bylaws also acknowledge this, except I will say the one difference is, Brian has already done this with Weston and Sampson, but a notice of intent is required within 30 days of the work per the Wetlands Protection Act, but our bylaws actually require 21 days. So either way, DPW and Weston and Sampson have met the first part of that requirement by submitting the notice of intent in advance, and confirming with our legal counsel, submitting the notice of intent before the emergency does not affect, the ability to submit an emergency. So that part of the regulations has already been met tonight. Does anyone have any questions? Yes, no?
No, thank you.
Okay.
That's a good overview.
Hi, Brian.
Is
Hey, Charlotte. Hi, everybody.
Tell us a little bit about this emergency.
Sure.
All right,
Thank you.
I see Jim on the call, Brian, so I'm promoting him now.
Okay, great. Good timing. So thank you all for hearing this tonight. The project and the emergency certification is for Treats Pond outfall. The drainage pipe is buried and clogged at the end, which creates floodwaters because of Treats Pond cannot drain. So the 45-acre watershed basically drains into the pond, and the only way that it will drain is if we go down to the beach and excavate a long trench down the beach to relieve the flood waters. But subsequent high tides bury it again, and it's ineffective. The flood waters have caused mold and damage to some of the local houses that are the first to flood. We've been working to get easements to file the NOI for quite a long time, and the biggest change that's happened in the last couple of weeks is that we've achieved all the easements, and now all of the liability is on us to get this remedied. So we have been working with Weston and Sampson. Jim Reardon is the project manager. They've gone through the engineering, and they've done all the permitting preparation. We've submitted the NOI. I will mention that this project was fully permitted by the Conservation Commission, DEP, Army Corps back in 2015 with a slight variation. It was a different alignment of the pipe. Ultimately, we were unable to get easements on that alignment, and so we had to change the alignment, and now we've achieved in getting the easements by the grantors that we need to do this current project. So with that, I'll turn it over to Jim. If Jim can, Jim, are you able to run the PowerPoint from where you are?
I am not able to run. You guys can hear me okay, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not able to run the PowerPoint from where I am, I don't think. But I didn't know if maybe Brian or Charlotte happen to have it. And I might be able to do it if you give me a moment. I can pull it up in my email, I think.
Jim, I'm also happy to share my screen too, if that's easier. Oh, there you go.
That would be easier.
Okay. Sorry, give me 1 sec. I have it open, just
Thanks, Charlotte.
trying to
Thank you so
put
much.
it to full screen here. Okay, sorry.
Multitasking tonight, Jim.
Oh,
Yeah. Yeah, I'm working a little bit remotely here from my car at the moment. So thank you very much for your patience about that. And of course, you see here the first slide, the Cohasset Conservation Commission, and this is the drainage improvement project for Tree Pond, as Brian and Charlotte have mentioned. So next slide, please. So I'm going to begin by noting that, you know, as Brian has already brought up, that an NOI has been submitted. But what we're asking to do tonight is a declaration of an emergency. And we'll get into a little bit more of specifically why we're doing that and why this represents an emergency, as has already been brought up as we go through this presentation. But I wanted to begin by obviously pointing out the flooding that is visible in the picture to the right here, and then going through, and I don't generally read text during presentations, but just going through this particular bit of text because I think it's so very important to this project. And these are the rules. This is 310 CRM 10.06. This is the rules regarding emergencies for conservation commissions under the Wetland Protection Act. And so it says here, any person requesting permission to do an emergency project shall specify why the project is necessary for the protection of the health and safety, and emphasis is added here, of course, of the citizens of the Commonwealth, and what agency of the Commonwealth or subdivision thereof, meaning of course Cohasset, is to perform the project or has ordered the project to be performed. If the project is certified to be an emergency by the Conservation Commission or the Commissioner, the certification shall include a description of the work which is to be allowed and shall not include work beyond the necessary to abate the emergency. Now, in this particular case, of course, we're asking you to declare the emergency. But as you'll see in the very next slide, there are some specific reasons, some current conditions that make this an emergency. And then I'll also point out information that we have received from the fire, police, building inspector, and the Board of Health in the slide after that. But for this one first, you can see another photo here. This is another photo of the flooding that occurs out by Treats Pond. This happens, you know, during relatively small storm events. You know, this one might have been an inch or two. There are some that have happened that have caused this kind of flooding, or at least partially like this, for much smaller storms. And we'll talk about that in a couple of minutes too. But to begin with, the pond receives heavy flow and volume of runoff due to the impervious surfaces and large watershed. So the watershed to the pond ratio is about 45 to 1 here. That's pretty substantial for a little pond like Treat Pond that actually, you know, doesn't have a very clear outflow. And that's why this flooding occurs, of course. The existing outlet pipe is often buried by accreting sediments, occluding the pipe and preventing free discharge. It also, frankly, gets occluded by debris that might flow down to the pond as a result of the runoff. But an important point here is that this beach is accreting. Sandy Cove is accreting. I think Brian pointed that out already. So, so sediments are constantly accumulating, and the beach is sort of getting longer and wider, if you will, due to the sediments that are accreting on it. Treat Pond surcharges due to tidal backflow and stormwater, which floods nearby residential properties, as you can see in this picture to the right, and the underside of homes. If you look closely at this picture, and in the one previous, this was also evident, you can see these floodwaters really getting right up to the edge of these homes. You know, a lot of these homes have crawl spaces or small areas under the first floor, and this water gets underneath there, and as you can imagine, it certainly causes water damage, can result in growth of mold. The water is quite dirty, so it's putrid water that's really getting underneath there, and it's smelly and nasty and unpleasant, Next slide, please. So this slide shows the 4 letters that we have received so far. One from the fire chief, one from the police chief, one from the director of planning, permitting, and inspection, and one from the Board of Health. And each of these folks point out the safety risk and why they support this particular project. Now, of course, the letters provide more detail than we've shown here on the right, but I did pull a couple of quick quotes. So the fire chief noted the extreme risk to public health and safety. The police chief noted this obviously puts the citizens at safety and citizens and safety at great risk. The director of planning and permitting pointed out that the trench is a safety hazard to those walking the beach and an attractive nuisance to children. I'll show you that trench in just a moment. And then the Board of Health noted that the backflow is a murky, stagnant discharge with a putrid odor. It presents a breeding ground for mosquitoes that may carry diseases such as West Nile, Triple E, and the standing water under the houses causes mold and structural damage. So all these letters are pointing out the safety, the public health risk, the property damage, and the attractive nuisance associated with this particular, the current conditions at Treat Pond. Next slide, please, Charlotte. So this next slide, this shows the trench that needs to get dug. And I believe Brian pointed out a couple of minutes ago, and maybe Charlotte before, that, and we were just talking about it a moment ago too, that as the sediments accrete, they block the pipe. You can't see the pipe. The pipe is actually underwater, under the sand. And what needs to happen here on occasion, because this all fills in, as I'm sure you can imagine, is that the DPW needs to come out and dig this trench. They dig it about 4 feet deep and about 4 feet wide. Water flows through it. And as I noted earlier, of course, this presents an attractive nuisance. And as John Hallen, the building inspector, pointed out, this presents an attractive nuisance to children and a public safety risk for anybody walking the beach. It's a mess. And the water coming out of this, as we talked about too, is not clean water. This is stormwater that's accumulated in Treat Pond and just sort of stagnated there, and it's smelly and unpleasant, to put it kindly. Next slide, please. So I mentioned a couple of minutes ago that this is a pretty large watershed for the size of the pond that we're talking about. So 45-acre watershed to a roughly 1 acre pond. So if you just consider the math here for a moment, and this is, from a hydrological science standpoint, this is oversimplified, but imagine 1 inch of runoff coming from the watershed. So that's 1 inch over 45 acres flowing down to this pond that's 1 acre. Well, that would raise the pond 45 inches. Now that doesn't typically happen, but what does happen is that pond raises up, many inches, it surcharges, and of course, then it starts to overflow its banks. And in the map to the left here, this is firm map. This shows the area of floodplain in the vicinity of the pond. There's the pond, Treat Pond. And this is roughly the head of the beach. So all the area in blue back behind to the left of that red line that just popped up, that's the area that floods. That's all those neighborhoods and homes that are consistently being flooded multiple times a year due to this situation. Next slide, please. So why is this an emergency now? If this was a project that was, mostly designed several years ago and permitted, why is it an emergency now? Well, as Brian pointed out, and as the second large bullet points out, the town did not have easements. Easements were not granted right away. There was concern by some of the property owners that needed to be addressed in redesign. That's happened. Now the easements have been granted. So no work could proceed before the easements because this was private property, as much as this was a health risk and a problem. Given that it's private property, the town really couldn't do anything about it. But now the town has easements. So the risk that's associated with this, the legal risk, the property damage risk, the health and safety risk, those are all at the feet of the town now. So the town needs to proceed quickly to abate that risk. A couple of points about this. So the picture to the right shows another example of flooding. This flooding happened last year, but just last week, we had a small rainstorm, about a quarter to a half an inch, kind of the end of the week. That actually caused flooding. That caused backup that was significant enough that the town had to go out and retrench where that pipe outlet is. So we know that the weather's getting worse. And we've seen this a lot over the last couple of decades, and I would say particularly in the last decade, which is why this is, you know, part of why this is risen to be an emergency now, or an urgent issue now. Climate change and the risk is increasing every day. And the drainage system, well, that's overwhelmed by impervious surface, and it's blocked more and more by accreting sediments. So the conditions that were present, which were bad out there in 2015 and 2016 when the original design was made, have gotten significantly worse. Next slide, please. So features of the proposed project. I want to show you what it is that we're interested in doing out there. So first off, this extends the outfall pipe into the water below the high tide line, the low tide line. The reason why we chose to do that and extend the pipe further than was proposed originally in 2015, 2016 was that we wanted to get the outlet of that pipe beyond the point where accreting sediments would affect it. So we extended that further out, or designed it to be extended further out. Feature 2, improve the head wall to allow increased water transport through the outfall pipe. I'll show you in a minute how that works. I have a couple of detailed drawings I can show you. And then the operational flexibility to set the elevation of the pond with stop logs. So in addition to the head wall structure being redesigned to allow more transport of water through the outfall pipe, the outlet structure now has, or the head wall structure, kind of use those terms interchangeably, now has stop logs. So you can set the elevation of the pond. You want to set it a little lower, you can do that. If you want to keep it higher, you can do that too. And that's by placing boards into slots that allow you to raise and lower the level of the pond. Fourth bullet, prevention of backflow flooding using a backflow prevention valve. So this is important because we don't want that tidal water getting back up into the pipe and preventing the pond from discharging, or backing up into the pond and actually creating more of a surcharge problem, or for that matter, backing up with debris from the ocean into the pond and blocking the pipe. And that backflow prevention device, that prevention valve, that's going to stop that problem. That valve, and you'll see this in a minute, is inserted into a manhole, or will be inserted into a manhole, where it'll be easy to maintain. So if it gets clogged up for some reason or blocked, or at some point I'd imagine needs to be replaced, any of those sorts of things, pretty easy to do that. It's something that the DPW probably do. Next slide, please. So this shows the plan view of the proposed project. Thank you. Treat Pond is down at the bottom, and as you move up from the bottom of the middle, you can see a little bit of where that outfall structure is. Treat Pond has a channel that extends out of it, and then the existing pipe picks up right where we're proposing to put that outlet structure. So that's where that'll go. And then there's an existing pipe that goes from there down to roughly the head of the beach. We're not changing that. That's going to remain as is. At the end of that, we're proposing to include a manhole structure, like I said, with the anti-backflow valve, and then the pipe, the new pipe, will be installed going down to the beach below the low tide mark and out a ways beyond where accretion would be likely to occur. So again, this will prevent accretion, or excuse me, debris getting into the pipe and sediments getting into the pipe. And so we think that this fix will last for a pretty long time. A couple other features here. There are points along the pipe where you can access at roughly the high tide mark and get in there and do maintenance if you need to. So you could get in there with a jet to clean out the pipe or whatever. That is can be located with a metal detector. This, I believe we set this up as an HDPE pipe, which of course you can't detect with a metal detector, but we're going to include a chunk of metal and a flange that is made out of metal that you'll be able to locate that way, and then you'll be able to get into that handhold feature to clean out the pipe if needed. Additionally, there will be concrete anchor blocks that are attached to the pipe to keep it, to give it ballast and keep it from floating. So the pipe will stay in place. If we could go to the next slide, please. I'll show you the profile. So this shows you from that manhole that I mentioned with the backflow device, so basically up the head of the beach, down to the outlet extent of the pipe below the low tide mark. And you can see roughly, where this pipe is going to be located under the floor of the ocean in this particular location. To the left of this drawing, it indicates, approximate depth or elevation where the pipe is going to be installed. So you can see it at the in the profile drawing. There's roughly what grade is, or the floor of the ocean, and then the pipe itself sort of emerging from that, again down below the low tide mark where it'll discharge. And it'll have a grate on the end of it so that, like fish and things like that, water creatures can't swim up into the pipe and get stuck in there. Next slide, please.
Mr. Reardon, could you, before you move ahead, could you,
I'm sorry,
I don't know why that's doing that. Can you understand? Can you understand what I'm saying?
Not quite. No, could you repeat, please?
I'd like to know what the high tide, where high tide is on this.
Okay, so if we could go back up, let's see, there. You can see, sorry, I got to put my glasses on for this one. It's a dashed line.
Mr. Chairman, I think the high tide line as it is today, you can see the staining of the water is roughly where the exit of the outfall is right now. So where the beginning of this pipe will transition to the new pipe is roughly where the high tide line is.
So just to understand, at high tide, the pipe all fills with water. But the backflow device keeps it from going any further, is that correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
I think it would have been helpful to, first of all, put your title datum on the cross section so that it's a little easier to understand when you're looking at a profile. And I see that the elevations here, I'm guessing they're mixed, perhaps. You've got an elevation of 11 feet, so that's reference to mean low water or NAVD 88?
The second thing.
The second thing, NAVD 88?
Yes, that's right.
11 feet for your mean high water. Okay. And so mean low water here is where's that? Do you have a line for that?
Yeah, there's a line
Oh, yeah,
for.
I see it. I see it.
So mean low water is the dashed line, mean high water is the dashed line up the beach.
Yeah, got it. Okay.
And just, you know, going back to the profile, the mean low water is roughly, the pipe emerges below mean low water. So it's buried on the entirety of the intertidal beach.
I mean, this is obviously a dynamic beach environment. If it's accreting, that's great evidence that that's exactly what's happening, that this is dynamic. And what kind of analysis have you done to establish that your outfall at its very end won't be buried by the same forces that are causing sand to accumulate on the beach accretion? Why do you think that outlet's not going to be buried?
We've looked at accretion rate data. There's good data on MassGIS of how this formed. So Treat Pond was once an embayment in the ocean. So you imagine it was a bay that went all the way in, and ultimately the accretion of sand, which is probably contributed to by salt harvesting and people putting pipes in there and dams and such. The accretion rate of where the outfall is right now is the greatest point on the beach. And if you look at, probably can't see it in this view, but you have a big rock outcropping to the south and to the north, which forms a bowl. And that bowl can only fill up so much. So we're beyond the heads of those outcroppings. And we're also at Big, which is that rock outcropping in the middle. The accretion rate is significantly lower than where it is, where the outfall, end of the outfall is today. So we've targeted that, and you know, we anticipate multiple decades before we even approach anywhere near the outfall pipe, and we don't even think that we'll be able to accrete that much sand because the coastline, the bowl of the coastline, if you think of it, will not support holding that much sand. It would wash probably southward into the mouth of Cohasset Harbor.
Okay, great.
Sorry,
Jim.
Mr. Reardon, go ahead.
No, that's fine. That's fine. So you guys can hear me still, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Charlotte, if you could please advance, I think, 2 slides. Okay, so this is the outlet at the pond. So that outlet structure that I talked about at the pond a moment ago with the stop logs. You can see this is an approximate view of it. It has grate in the front, has grate on top that you can lift off, you can clean it out. It has stop logs that are shown in the middle so that you can change the elevation of the pond if you need to manage flooding. So that's roughly how this structure will work. And again, it'll be in the channel at the end of Treat Pond. Next slide, please.
What's the outfall at Treat Pond?
Okay, so if we go back up, let's see, three slides now, Charlotte.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. So if we look at this, and Charlotte, if you could pull it up a little bit so you can see Treat Pond.
The other direction.
Other way.
Right there.
Yeah.
So there it is, right at the bottom. Whoop, we had it there, and then it kind of disappeared.
Can you slide it up a little, Charlotte? Up.
Other direction.
Yeah.
There.
Sorry, that's down for me.
Yeah. Oh, keep going down a little.
A little bit more so you can see the pond.
Exactly.
So
One more.
I'll just explain. So you can see Treat Pond there, and you see a channel to the left-hand side. That's the inlet channel where the watershed flow comes down into the pond. The outlet channel is the one to the right. It goes tangentially up to the beach, and the inlet structure or head wall is right before it hits that driveway. There's really not much of a structure there at all. It's just it's a pipe at the bottom of a mucky trench with two pieces of rebar in front of it. That's the only screening that's there. So the new head wall structure will not only have a screen to stop debris, but the actual stop logs will be taking off the top of the water column instead of the very bottom of the water column. So TSS, suspended solids debris, we're going to be taking off the supernatant, so it'll be, most of the solids are settled out. It will, and that just by virtue of installing that inlet structure will clean up the discharge significantly.
Do you know the elevation of the outfall?
Where the existing outfall is?
No, when the new one goes in. I mean,
I'm not
obviously,
sure the question. I think
well,
we have
obviously
about,
the boards will regulate the height of the
pond.
the pond. But what is the absolute minimum height that the pond can be discharging at? I mean, it's the outfall pipe.
Correct. Yeah, the invert of the outfall pipe is the bottom.
Right.
So, but
what's that elevation?
I think it's on the profile. If we go back to the profile.
Profile doesn't come back that far. does it?
So yeah, it's on the design drawings in the submission. But if you think the end of that pipe, if you look at it's buried under about 5 feet of sand, 5 to 6 feet of sand.
Yeah.
There's roughly 6 feet of head on the water with a pond elevation to the outlet. The weight of water is roughly half the weight of soil. It's 62 versus 110, 120. So once we start digging that pipe and we relieve 3 feet of the overburden, it starts bubbling up and coming out. So roughly there's about 6 feet of head at the invert of the outlet here to the where the pond elevation is at elevation 7. But I don't know if that answers your question. I will mention that this will discharge even more because at low tide, because we'll have more of a head differential. You can see where the new invert is down at -10. I think the low tide mark is roughly, well, it's at we're at like negative, if you look at -2, -3, we're going to have roughly another 6 or 7 feet of head differential pushing on the flow, and it's going to be significantly faster flow discharge at low tide. Obviously at high tide, it comes back to equilibrium.
Mean low water was at -4 I couldn't quite read it, but it's in the neighborhood of 4.5 to almost 5 feet. That's why it would have been helpful to have these tidal datums on your cross section, because it'd be much easier to understand. So in fact, this doesn't make a lot of sense to me looking at it, because your high tide line, mean high water, is at 11 feet. And obviously that can't be, if I'm looking at the whole cross section and the whole length of the pipe here, that doesn't make any sense, because that's, your 0 point here is for the invert. Is that right?
Yeah, I think this is just a survey data. I don't think that the elevation on this, and again, this is just for reference for the presentation, but I think the 0 point is the invert of the discharge.
Okay. And
on
how's
the
that
plan,
related
it says,
to mean high water?
Well, on the plan, it says mean high water is plus 4.11, which makes sense that it's 4 feet above and low is 4 feet below, or plus or minus. It's not 11, it's 4.11.
Yeah,
And Brian-
the invert of the pipe is shown on the plan view as minus 10.3.
So Jim, this is Jay. You had described earlier about a backflow preventer in order to prevent debris and or water from coming in there. Is it safe to say that in addition to water and debris, will the backflow preventer also prevent sand and very small sediment from entering into the pipe? Can you talk about that a little bit, about what the backflow preventer is actually doing?
Yeah, so it is, yes, preventing water, sand, debris, anything from going back up into the pipe beyond where the manhole is. I don't know if you might be familiar with a thing called TideFlex.
Yep.
Okay, so it's like a TideFlex valve, but it's, typically you see a TideFlex installed at the end of an outlet pipe, heading out. This is actually installed into the outlet pipe to prevent backflow up into the manhole.
So just for anyone listening at home, safe to say the only time that this valve is actually open is when water is flowing out into the harbor, and that's it. It's the only time gravity force is flowing, opening it, and that's the only time that it's open.
That's correct. If there's enough head pressure from the water coming from Treat Pond to push open the valve, then water flows out.
Okay, yep. Thank you for clarifying that.
So, question from a non-hydrologic expert. If you're talking about head pressure, right? You're saying that if the water's higher in Treats Pond than sea level, even if there's water in the pipe, you can still be pushing water out of the pond. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, that valve will be set to allow water to come out of the pond so that it doesn't back up. It's sort of spring loaded, if you will, by a strap around it. That strap is strong enough to close it so that water doesn't get in to the manhole from the beach, but not so strong as to prevent water from going out from Treat Pond.
So it's only going to discharge for at certain parts of the tidal cycle. And you mentioned that you have 45 acres that are feeding this 1 acre pond. Have you done any sort of mass balance to consider whether your pipe is a sufficient diameter to drain it? Do you have any kind of simulation to say that this is adequate?
So this was for the previous project. There was a good bit of that sort of analysis done, and that was permitted as an 18-inch pipe. So which is what's there currently. As long as it's not occluded, it works okay. It's when there's sediment and debris in the way that it's a problem.
The reason I ask is because the Army Corps of Engineers had an alternative to this plan, and I believe they had a 4-foot wide box culvert that they considered sufficient to do that. So there's a big difference between a 4-foot wide box culvert and an 18-inch pipe.
That's a good point, Tom. The 18-inch pipe works fine, and the proof is in the pudding. We dig it, and the pond goes down once, as long as it's not blocked. The box culvert that was designed by the Army Corps was intended for two-way flow. It was intended for tidal flow back into the pond and also flow outward. So it was a much bigger conduit to allow that flow, where we're just going one direction for drainage of the pond.
Yeah, I understand that they wanted to enhance tidal exchange to make the pond healthier. And Jim, you started by saying how awful the water is in Treats Pond. So, their solution was to actually have tidal exchange to make that water clean or cleaner. So I understand that part fairly well, I think. You know, when we are doing, for example, a stormwater analysis, you typically look at different storm conditions up to a 100-year storm. And so I guess I'm just wondering whether that early analysis in 2015, I think you said, was the same sort of exercise where you looked at a 2, a 10, 2, 5, 10, and 25 and 100-year storm to assure yourself that that 18-inch diameter is going to work in, say, a 100-year storm. Although a 100-year storm may be the least of our problems, but nevertheless, it just seems like the pipe should be adequately sized to handle a 100-year storm.
Yeah, so there was that sort of analysis done. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head what specific year storm it'll handle, but as Brian mentioned, the proof is pretty much in the pudding here that as long as the pipe is not occluded, as long as it's clean, the pond does flow, and you know, it'll discharge and prevent flooding.
Charlotte and I went out there with Brian, and I think I raised most of these issues at that time. And I guess I'm still concerned that about the adequacy of an 18-inch outlet. but if it's already been modeled and you guys are satisfied, then I guess I'm satisfied too. The proof we hope we don't see the proof in the pudding, a 100-year storm, to test this thing.
Charlotte, this is Jay. Can you put up the diagram of the slide of the actual Sandy Beach area or cove area, please? And the couple, there we go, and maybe zoom in on that a little bit. As far as maybe Brian or Jim can answer this, for the actual physical construction of this pipe, how is it going to be done throughout the Sandy area and the actual mean low water area, and how is that construction proposed to be performed with excavation equipment, etc., and how are you going to get out to below the water line?
So I'll take that, Jim, if that's all right. So the pipe, as Jim had mentioned, is HDPE pipe. It's the same material that you might see if you've ever seen gas main work going down, where the joints are fused. So they get a hot iron, they fuse the joints, press them together, and then it becomes one continuous pipe. So the pipe will be fused on land in its entirety. And then the excavation, there'll be an excavator that will trench down the beach to the low tide as far as it can go. They'll have a barge, and there'll be excavation out of the to where the end is going. They'll then float the pipe out, attach the anchorage, and sink it in place. So we have a heavy civil contractor and a diving contractor on board. We have the pipe, we have the head walls, we have all the materials to do the work. The pipe is in the parking lot at Sandy Beach. If anybody cares to go view it, it's 14 sticks of 50-foot sections. So that's the general concept. Fuse it all on pipe, on land, take it out, sink it into place.
So the pipe is actually going to daylight underwater.
Correct.
And so will there be any visual inspections of this over time? You say, obviously you have a dive crew that's going to go down there and make sure that it's properly placed. There's no rocks in the area, etc. Can't control it after it's actually in, but will there be like a O&M plan for this, or visual dive inspections, and how often would that occur?
Yeah, the company that we have, we'll probably inspect it, initially twice a year. We don't anticipate any issues with it. Most of the, inspections will be at the transition manhole, and then we can, we'll have a diver inspection at the end. As Jim mentioned, if we did have an issue say halfway down this 600-foot stretch of pipe, there's an access manhole. We could go there and either camera or jet one way or another. So it allows for the length of a jetting machine.
And I also see there's a proposed, there's a clean out, but is that buried?
Yes.
The clean
So
out with the blind flange?
Yes. So everything on the beach, when we're all done out here, you will not see anything on the beach in the intertidal zone.
And so exactly how far further out now is the actual pipe going to be installed?
So as we're looking at the picture right now, the dark line is the proposed pipe, and the existing pipe is at the beginning of that.
521 feet, Jay.
521. And so let me ask another question about the physical construction of this. The excavation is how is the excavation and the backfilling of this going to be performed? Are you going to be using existing sand beach to backfill the pipe, or are you going to have to proposing to bring any fill in for the fill?
No, that's a good question. The only the material that comes out of the trench is going to backfill the trench. So there's no material being brought in, just native soil.
You're using the cut for the fill.
Correct.
And do you know it's all sand? Or are you gonna hit ledge?
Yeah, we've had it probed back in 2014, and the only ledge that was present was close to kind of where you would expect it, close to the ledge that you see in the center of the beach there.
Brian, as far as a time frame goes, this is we're acting here on the first phase of this under the emergency request. How much of the construction sequencing that you have laid out in the plan do you plan on proposing to accomplish in the 30 days? Is this project proposed to be 100% complete within the 30-day time frame, if granted?
That's the intent. Yep. So we have all the materials. We have the contractors lined up, waiting for your consideration, and they're ready to go starting tomorrow. Really in earnest Monday, but tomorrow they'll be prepping and mobilizing.
And so as far as all of you now have all of the, as I understand, the easements from all of the potentially impacted parties have all signed off on this. There are no issues of private property, et cetera. Everybody has signed off on the easement.
Yeah, that's correct. And I would like to thank those folks for working through the easement process. There are folks who gave the easements who flood, and then there are folks who are above the floodplain who are just, who granted easements, knowing that it's a hardship on their neighbors. So we've got all the easements in place. That's the difference that we have now compared to last in 2015. And I will mention, we talked a lot about, obviously this is really detrimental to the neighborhood, but the town's interest of Atlantic Avenue, if this flooded and we weren't able to get to the end of the pipe to relieve it, Atlantic Avenue would flood from Lothrop Lane to Whitehead Road. So Lothrop is the road you see kind of at the top where the tennis court is, down to Whitehead. And that has happened before in the no-name storm in the 90s. And the only relief of that flood water is out this pipe. So that's the reason the public safety, the fire engines, public emergency response from Elm Street Fire Station to the north can't happen if that happens. So it's not just life and safety for the folks here, but everyone to the north, in the area and to the north of this area.
Understood. Who's going to make the determination as to what Treats Pond, what is the level of Treats Pond going to be set at?
So the elevation, I think we have elevation 7, and I can't remember offhand what the datum is, but it's basically underneath 2 feet underneath where the driveways are, the lowest driveway out there. And I can say that, you know, if we wanted to adjust it either higher or lower, or if we wanted to do some type of phragmite mitigation, I don't know if freezing or draining it, you know, fully in the winter helps. But we will have that operational flexibility. That's flexibility that we don't have today.
I mean, it would seem that, you know, obviously the health safety issue is the biggest issue to consider here, but secondary is that the health and wellness of the pond itself. So I would think that at some point, you know, there should be enough science to understand what would make that a healthy pond again.
I think the operational flexibility will give us the other ability to try things out if, you know, if the Conservation Commission wanted to change elevation or you know, it just gives you a tool that we don't have today.
Perhaps maybe a log of water table elevation log could be generated for the stop logs there to monitor the Treats Pond, and that could potentially be a condition that a water table log be generated and upkept on a weekly, if not, you know, daily basis, so that we can monitor that situation and keep ahead of the curve.
Certainly.
There are 2 questions from the public. Ralph Dormitzer, he's had these up for a while. He says reason C501 pipe outlet grate, recommend consideration of valve at the end of the outlet pipe that will prevent infiltration of sand. And second, he writes, clean out detail, recommend repositioning further upstream where it would be more accessible and buried. So, Brian, I don't know if you'd like to address either of those.
Ralph's right. It is typical that the tide flex valves you would see at the end of a pipe, but operationally, you know, the only way we could get to that would be to hire a diver. And operationally, at the manhole structure, we can access it with DPW staff, and it acts as a foot valve just the same. The pipe is full of water. The majority of the time, there'll only maybe be some air entrainment at a very low tide, and it will stop backflow in the entirety of the pipe, despite where it's placed. So I think just for the ease of access for regular DPW staff, we chose the location of the manhole rather than the end, and have to have a diver anytime we want to look at it. The other question was the manhole certainly can be adjusted up beach, and we may look at that, put it near station 300. That's a good recommendation.
Thank you.
Can you just clarify that a little bit, Brian, with respect to the comment made with repositioning the clean out detail upstream on where you would where that could be placed?
Yeah, so if you look at the stationing, we have 646 feet. Obviously, half of that would be 322. So right now, the clean out flange, as it's shown here, looks like it's around station 400. Is that right, Jim? Anyway, that's what I can see here. So splitting the difference, you know, putting it around station 300 would make it a little bit easier to access, and it would be close to the midpoint.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, there was actually one more question from Mr. Dormitzer about that I had answered, so it doesn't show up as open, but I didn't truly answer it. I was just mentioning to Ralph that we would get to it later.
I don't see it in the log anymore.
I'll read it. So it
Oh, there
came
it
in.
is. I apologize.
Go ahead. Thanks.
Water stop check valve recommended that it be installed at the cleanup T rather than farther up the pipe at the storm drain manhole. Water stop check valve.
So I think he's talking about the waste stop valve that's in the manhole, and the reason why it's located in the manhole is to allow for access by DPW. So DPW can get in there and clean it out, or somebody could change it if it needed, you know, if it wore out or something like that. If I understood that question correctly, it was suggested to be moved down into the pipe further, where that access is on the HDPE pipe, about halfway down the pipe, as Brian was mentioning. And if you put it down there and it clogged up, it would be difficult to access. But at the manhole, it's really easy.
Right. So if you just visualize the manhole, you could stand in there, and this is inserted into the edge of the concrete as you stand in the manhole. That clean out flange that's halfway down is just it's just a flange on the top of a pipe. There's no structure there other than a blind flange on a T. And that's just for clean out access if we need it.
Yeah, actually, if you go down 3 more slides, you can see the manhole, which has the waste out valve in it. There we go. So the waste out valve is, you know, at the bottom of that manhole in the pipe that is shown discharging out, and the waste stop is the it's a small, relatively small rubber valve primarily that's inserted into the pipe.
And what's the exact location of this manhole?
So for that, we should go back up 3 slides back to the plan view.
It's at the transition between the new and the old pipe.
So
Exactly.
so I think that I think what Mr. Dormitzer was suggesting was could it slide back off the beach? But based on that photo, that image, that detail, that it's not going to be visible. Is that correct?
It's not visible. No.
So even the cover is buried.
Correct.
So it's like a septic tank where you probe around, you find it, you dig a little hole, and you pull it up.
That's a good analogy. Yeah, it's just like a leach pit.
Yeah. Okay. Are there any other slides to show?
Yes. So this one discusses the environmental impacts, just sort of in general. So we think that essentially the impacts from this in the long term are quite positive. It eliminates recurring impact of redigging the trench multiple times per year, and it eliminates a lot of the, the problems with the flow from Treat Pond. It'll be a cleaner discharge because it won't stagnate the pond the way it does currently. Temporary negative impact is the minimal trenching for the pipe and soil erosion. Mitigation of the negative impacts, of course, the trench will be refilled. As Brian was mentioning, it'll be with the reserved native materials. We're not bringing in any fill or anything like that. Dig it out, same stuff we stockpile will be put back. And of course, we have proposed a number of different soil erosion and sediment controls to manage the soil erosion issue. Next slide, please. So this slide discusses the erosion and sediment control. So excavated material will be stockpiled and surrounded by erosion control fence. Stockpiles and equipment storage will not occur at the beach or within 100 feet of any of the resource areas or any water bodies. Erosion control barrier will be installed at the toes of all the slopes. During construction, easements within the wetlands will be lined with erosion barriers to prevent sedimentation of the wetlands. And then catch basins and grates will be protected with filter fabric. Next slide, please. So I think there was a question about the length of the construction period. So the schedule is 30 days, as Brian was mentioning. This is the rough sequence. So lower the pond, replace the head wall in the pond, fuse the pipe, install transition structure, dig a trench, and then install the pipe with the anchorage and backfill everything and remediate the site. And that should all occur within 30 days. Next slide, which is any questions? I know we've taken a number along the way here.
Anyone in the audience still interested in answering questions?
I do not see anyone raising their hand in the audience either.
Yep. So the first item we need to address is the emergency status request. I'll entertain a motion for that.
I'll make a motion, but Charlotte, can you just go back one slide, the erosion and sediment control slide?
Yes.
I take it there are no more comments on this. Are there any comments from any further commissioners? If not, I will, Jay Pamparo, make a motion, having not heard any comment, also not having any heard any comment from the audience. I'll make a motion to, I guess, Chris, we're going to do the emergency certification, then we're going to go back and do the NOI. We're going to do this in two separate motions.
Yes, we are.
All right. I have a bunch of conditions, so bear with me. Jay Pamparo, make a motion to issue the emergency certification with the following conditions. One, that no fill be brought in for the backfilling of the trench. If any backfilling is anticipated, then the fill material must be approved by the Conservation Commission agent in advance. Two, that I guess this would be more for the NOI. I'll save this for the NOI. Three, I guess now number two, that the clean out as detailed on the plan at station 400 the drawing be repositioned to reflect a clean out at station 300. Four, although it's already assumed in per the emergency certification regulations that all work must be completed within 30 days. And I calculate that out to be by June 5th. And then lastly, the fifth condition that I want to put on there, I won't read them all out, but the erosion and sediment control barriers be reflected to, maybe I will quickly read them, to what's on the slide here. That excavated material is stockpiled and surrounded by erosion control fence, stockpiles and equipment storage not on the beach, is not on the beach or within any 100-foot resource area buffer. The erosion control barriers are installed at the toes of the slope and during construction easement within wetlands lined with erosion barriers, and that all catch basins and grates are protected with the filter fabric. So I'd like to make those 4 conditions as part of the approval of the emergency certification.
Do I have a second?
Berrigan, second.
Having heard a motion, a second to issue an emergency certification for the drainage project for Treats Pond. We'll take a roll call vote. William Ashton,
William Ashton, aye.
Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Trish Grady,
Trish Grady, aye.
Jay Pampari,
Jay Pampari, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 6-0. Like to then entertain a motion to issue an order of conditions for NOI 22-16 for the drainage project at Treats Pond.
Jay Pampari, make a motion to issue a notice, issue an order of conditions for the project at Treats Pond. And I guess for the record, I will reread into the record. I have one additional comment. There are 5 order of conditions here. There are 4 of them are similar to the emergency certification, one being that no fill be brought in for backfill of the trench line, that if fill is anticipated to be brought in, it must be approved by the Conservation Commission agent, that the clean out as detailed on the plan at station 400 be repositioned to station 300, that all work must be completed by within 30 days, which would be June 5th, 2022. And I won't read again into the record, but the erosion and sediment control barriers reflect the slide that we have here in front of us. For ease of time, I'm not going to read that, but for the order of conditions, Charlotte, can you make sure that evacuated material, stockpiles, erosion, those 5 comments points are put into the order of conditions? And one additional comment, that monthly logs be kept of the, I guess we'll call it the stop valve at Treats Pond. Monthly logs be kept and submitted to the Conservation Commission agent as far as water depths, so that we can monitor the effectiveness of the stop logs and also monitor the quality of Treats Pond moving forward in the future.
Jay, I just correct that to say water elevation, pool elevation. That's the way it's usually referred to.
Thank you. The motion be clarified to water elevation. Thank you, Tom.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Having a motion and a second to issue an order of conditions for NOI 22-16, the drainage project at Treats Pond. We'll take a roll call vote. William Ashton,
William Ashton, aye.
Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Trish Grady,
Trish Grady, aye.
Jay Pampari,
Jay Pampari, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 6-0. Jay, we also need a variance.
Yeah, Jay Pampari will make a motion to issue a variance for the work for the Treats Pond project, for variance for work within the 50-foot buffer.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Having a motion and a second to issue a variance for work within the 50-foot buffer, for work within the buffer for the Treats Pond drainage project. Take a roll call vote. William Ashton,
William Ashton, aye.
Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Trish Grady,
Trish Grady, aye.
Jay Pampari,
Jay Pampari, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 6-0. Thank you very much, everyone.
Great, thank you all, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Guys.
Okay. Kill that speaker, Jim. Our next hearing this evening is a notice of intent 22-13, a stormwater permit 22-10 for 44 Little Harbor Road for the addition and pool, which is a continuation from April 21st, 2022.
Mr. Chairman, Jay Pimpar, I was not present for the meeting. I have not had a chance to listen to the tape for this project. I'm going to recuse myself for this next hearing.
Thank you. And Eric, you're back? You're muted. You're still muted. Okay. Who's going to present first tonight?
Hi, Jed. Can you hear us?
Yes, good evening. Jed Hannon with Atlantic Coast Engineering. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, Jed, thank you.
Okay, great. We have Sean Papich, landscape architect as well. You want me to share my screen, Charlotte?
Yes, please.
Okay, great, will do. Okay, great. So again, this project is a single family home. It's a proposed addition to the single family home. There's also a proposed pool and some landscape architecture, as well as a realignment of the existing driveway. We tried to address every comment that was brought up in our last meeting. This is the third hearing. We put in quite an effort to sort of separate some of the drawings and details to make it more clear. We also turned off some layers. So I guess what I'll do is I'll talk through the subcatchments layout. On the left-hand side here, you can see the existing conditions. Basically, it's a cul-de-sac neighborhood. 44 Little Harbor ends at the end of the circular cul-de-sac. The property is obviously denoted in green. You can see the existing footprint of the house, and you can see the existing stormwater, how it sheds off the property. Generally towards Little Harbor in the back, somewhat towards abutters to the left and right. And then on the right-hand side, you can see the proposed conditions, which show the two cul-de-sacs, the bump out addition, if you will, which is shown in green at the driveway. And then you can see the realignment of the proposed driveway. And of course, the existing roof is delineated in green. And there's a series of downspouts from the roof that tie into the cul-de-sacs. The cul-de-sac on the left has an outlet pipe, which we can look at the detail on a different sheet. But basically, there's an outlet pipe that discharges a fair amount across the property towards Little Harbor, and then it daylights with a stone detail so that it's basically overland flow from there. The subcatchments are all shown on the plan, which marries up with the stormwater report. And you can see the alphanumeric subcatchments denoted for the roof, the driveway, the cul-de-sacs, and the rear of the property. Are there any questions on this?
I think that's a no. Go ahead.
Okay. Let me just go to the details sheet, just so it's clear. Okay, this is the detail sheet.
one of the questions, concerns was what happens with overflow. So each downspout, you can see on the right-hand side here, each downspout has an overflow. It's a 4-inch Y down to a downsplash. So during a significant event, such as a 100-year flood, when the Caltex, if they fill up, and there's overflow, that's essentially where they go. As I mentioned before, there's a outlet pipe that discharges from the Caltex. The Caltex filled with a series of stone. The groundwater elevation is approximately elevation 7. We are 2 feet above that with the bottom of the chambers in order to meet the bylaw requirements. So we kind of cleaned up some of the details that you folks had concerns about. What other sheets do we have here? We could go over the stormwater report. I know we went over it before. The peak rate of attenuation has been reduced for the 2-year, the 10-year, and the 100-year. The design exceeds the requirements of DEP and the Cohasset Conservation Stormwater Bylaw. We provided a full stormwater report and test pits. If the commission wants to, I know on previous projects that you've approved for us, we'd certainly be willing to have a condition whereby if you want the agent to come out to witness the Caltech installation to verify groundwater depth and soils, we'd be happy to comply with that. We can notify the Conservation Commission of that. And that's really it. We tried to address every single comment. I guess I'll answer any questions you may have at this point. And certainly any questions you may have for Sean, the landscape architect. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, commissioners?
I'm still not convinced that the soil test pits were accurately logged. So perhaps you can put up the photographs again of the 2 test pits that you put in.
Sure.
Is your soil evaluator here?
Unfortunately, our soil evaluator is having some health issues, so he's not available.
Well,
but we do.
Well, you've got this document up. I just note that there's a number of things that just haven't been filled out on. And I'll go back to the top.
Okay.
The depth of weeping is not entered here. Observed standing observation hole. Now that doesn't apply, but you don't have no indication of how high in that hole you're seeing weeping, and so there's no adjustment to your groundwater level. 82 inches is when we look at those photos is questionable, and so if you want to move to the photographs of the test pits, let's talk about those.
Sure.
It's unfortunate that he's not here to defend what he's signed here. There was some confusion about, at least in my mind, whether he was present when these pits were open or whether he was not. Can you clarify that?
He was there during the test pits.
Okay, great.
Yep. I'm trying to find the file with the pictures, the photos. Can everybody see that, or do I have to reshare? Let me see.
No, we can see it.
It's good. It's good.
Okay.
You just need to scroll down to your test pits because that rear right side is obviously not a test pit for your Caltech unless you're putting it against the foundation.
Correct. That's a crack in the back right of the foundation.
That's what I thought, that you guys were investigating an issue. So if you could zoom in a little bit on this front right.
Sure.
I know you're not a soil evaluator, but you've been in this business long enough. You should be able to identify each of the layers here and
Mhm.
tell me what you're thinking about them as. Starting at the top.
Oh, sure, yeah. So it's essentially loomy material up at the top. And then it's gravelly sand in the mid layer, which is type B. And then there's some sea soils as we get down lower. And that's how the soil profile logs are shown on the plans.
Yeah. Let's focus on the colors here.
Sure.
From the bottom up. You want to make a comment on the bottom layer there?
I mean, I don't have any on the bottom layer.
Yeah, the lowest layer that's exposed in your test pit here. You have 3 layers here, right?
Yeah, I'd say it's kind of a light brown, a little bit of gray. It's kind of a mixture.
Yeah. So would you consider this to be an oxidized or a reduced mineral content?
I'm not sure on that answer.
Well, I'll help you. It's reduced.
Okay.
How about the next layer? The layer that's clearly a mixture of orange and white.
So I did work for McPhail Associates, they're a geotechnical firm. So I do know soils. I'm just not a licensed geotech or soil evaluator.
No, that's all right.
Yeah, and this particular layer is a combination of sand and gravelly soil.
I'm referring pretty much to the color and what oxidation reduction state it's in.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that
Okay.
exact answer.
It's clearly oxidized, which means that the iron and manganese minerals in it have been oxidized. And that happens at the interface between aerated, unsaturated soil and saturated anoxic, essentially, absence of oxygen layer.
Okay.
And typically this, and it's modeled, typically this would be identified as the seasonal high, the boundary for the seasonal high water table.
Okay, I can tell you that I was out there and both test pits, the groundwater was down.
Yeah, I see where it is.
7 feet of elevation. So I do appreciate your technical expertise, but what we observed is what we observed.
Well, what you observed is a moment in time. If you had left this open for a week or perhaps a month, that water level would have probably risen up to that modeled zone. That's what soil evaluators do. They know very well that you can't just put a hole in and look at it for half an hour or 2 hours and establish what the water level is. That's why you're looking at that modeled zone to give you some indication of where the seasonal high water level is. It's marked by chemical reactions that leave pretty distinctive. This is a classic shot, actually. I mean, this should be in a textbook, literally. You have a highly reduced zone as your bottom layer. You have a modeled zone where the iron and manganese minerals have been oxidized, and then that's covered by loom is sort of a local name that doesn't really mean anything. What you're talking about is an A horizon here. That's a mixture of organic matter and more oxidized mineral matter. So I think just about any soil evaluator would look at that modeled zone and very clearly say, this is the boundary between the unsaturated zone and the water table, the seasonal high water table. And that puddle in the bottom doesn't mean anything. It just means that that's how much is seeped out in the hour and a half you might have had it open. This is really tight rock.
What?
I mean, it doesn't have, it's not very permeable, so it could take a good long time for that weeping to actually catch up with the surrounding water table. Could take a week, could take a month. But basically what you're looking at is the model zone. And if you look at the soil evaluator's handbook, that's what you're supposed to be basing your water table on, not the puddle in the bottom of your hole. And I think if we look at the next one, you want to scroll down to the next one, please?
Sure.
You're seeing that same reduced zone, the green-gray soil, and then the modeled zone, and then a cover of essentially topsoil, we'll call it. So, and it's very hard to, I looked at this for a while and I was trying to understand the angles here. It's pretty hard to use a surveying staff that's at an angle to actually get any kinds of measurements here. But if you think that if your assertion is that the water table is 82 inches below soil and you're measuring from basically where that person's foot is that the soil evaluator, by the way?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So measuring from where his foot is down to the top of that surface is not the way that the seasonal high water table is measured. Just read the handbook. And so I'm a little surprised that he's signed off on this.
Okay, yeah, appreciate your comments, Tom. I would suggest that, you know, we've done this on previous projects that you guys have approved, is that we add a condition whereby prior to Caltech installation, the contractor, engineer, and licensed soil evaluator shall notify the Cohasset Conservation Commission prior to installation to verify soil types and groundwater depth in advance of the project. And I think that's a reasonable approach.
Well, by the time you have
I don't know the soil expertise that you do, but you know, we've provided the information we're required, and you know, we're in compliance with the bylaw.
Well, I wouldn't agree with that, because you're only in compliance with the bylaws if you have 2 feet of clearance between the bottom of your Caltech chamber and the seasonal high water elevation, and I'm disputing that. So by the time you've excavated, how long is that, long and wide is that Caltech chamber? It's pretty big, right? You're gonna have a big hole in the ground before we actually have a chance to get in there and look at it and have any comments at all. And by that time you've dug the hole. Do you really want to put a couple of $1,000 to be told, hey, this isn't gonna work?
No, I don't think there's not going to be an issue. We're accurately representing what we're showing here.
I think there is going to be an issue, and you are accurate. This photo speaks a million words. It could very well be in the soil evaluator's handbook, identifying the reduced zone, the modeled zone, and the topsoil. And there'd be a big red arrow there, right about the middle of that model zone, that would say seasonal high water table. And that's not what you're measuring here. You're measuring to the top of what has managed to seep in 90 minutes or so. And that's not the water table. This is not very permeable soil. It's going to take a while to fill up. So I would suggest we get back out there, dig these holes again, get a third-party soil evaluator, and get the values.
Okay, I appreciate your comments and feedback. You know, I think we put together everything that's required. We've exceeded the design requirements. We have a minor, you know, disagreement on what type of soil layers and types are here. This is our third hearing. The project, we'd like to move ahead with the project. Again, in previous projects, you folks have approved situations like this where we need to verify and notify conservation prior to installation and of course backfill. And furthermore, we need to do an as-built, you know, in order to close out an order of conditions and to get a COC, request for a COC. So all this, there's going to be plenty of QC checks as we go through this process. Nobody wants, you know, any sort of stormwater issues. We've designed it in accordance with DEP regulations. It's over designed, frankly. And I think when we notify you folks and have the pre-installation meeting, if you will, everything's gonna work out fine.
Jed, to your point on that, and this is Sean Papich speaking now.
Sure.
To your point on that, and Tom, would it be possible to I wouldn't say excavate the entire Coltech, but to do maybe something larger than the test pit? Say we're not doing an entire, that Jed and his team are not doing an entire excavation, but they do a pit, just as he stated, prior to installation of any further excavation and installation of the Coltech systems, and work with Charlotte on that.
Well,
Because-
Charlotte's not neither a pedologist nor a licensed soil evaluator.
Then work with another soil evaluator of your liking, I guess. We're talking about very minimal. I believe we have about 200 square foot of increased impervious surface on the entire property. It's a tremendous amount of vegetation that has been proposed. And I was just thinking if we could wait till you get ready for the site work to begin, that's when you might be able to open up that hole and leave it open for quite a while, put a fence around it, look at it over a period of a week if you want to. It just feels like it's.
I think that we should just stick with what the handbook says about how to evaluate the seasonal high water table. I mean, sure, we could put in a piezometer here and check it for the next 6 months and see where the water table is, but I don't think you want to do that. The state has already established methodology for identifying the seasonal high water table, and if I'm not mistaken, it's associated with that model zone that's been ignored. So if you so basically what you want to do is get your stormwater permit with conditions. So let's think this through. So say that happens, and indeed that water table is only 18 inches down. Looks like that might be 2 feet down. And then when you excavate your Coltech, the pit for your Coltech chamber, only to find out that it doesn't work, then what do? What's your client going to think about that?
Do you think that there are no other methods? What I would assume there are other methods.
Look in the handbook. If you can find one, great. Look in the handbook. State's got a handbook on this.
Okay, so if I could just make a comment. So from a schedule standpoint, during the course of the project, I mean, I haven't really studied every single architectural detail, but I would think that this project is at least a 6-month project. The site civil portion of it is rather small. So I think it would be prudent to, at some point in the early phase of the project to, if this is what you folks want to do, is condition to have an independent soil evaluator designated by the Cohasset Conservation Commission to verify the accuracy of the test pit at one or both of the Coltechs. That way, the project isn't impacted, and we can move ahead.
Well,
I think that's a reasonable approach.
Yeah, I don't quite understand how that works, but let me just say that to get out there and dig another hole, you could probably have that done on Monday and a third party evaluate the pit, both pits, and be done with it on Monday.
I can tell you none of our teams available for several weeks.
Well, it's not your team, it would be the third party, which we have a list of people that we work from.
Okay, I know I'm not available Monday. I have a new hire. There's other projects available. We have a lot of projects.
Your scheduling,
a lot of projects going on.
Your scheduling is not an issue here. It's not germane to the conversation. I know you want to get going. I know your client wants to get going. I understand that, but it has nothing really to do with whether or not I think you've met the standard. That's irrelevant. I mean, I hate, I really don't like to hold you up. I mean, I'm not doing this egregiously. I see something that I think has been done incorrectly. You've got all of your stormwater calculations are based on those Caltech chambers working. It does not look like they're going to meet the standard. Therefore, they're probably not going to work. Remember, we regulate to a we don't regulate to a design standard. We regulate to a performance standard. It's your responsibility to convince us that your design really is going to work. I'm not convinced.
Okay, again, I appreciate your feedback. We've modeled it on our soil profiles and in the stormwater report as we saw it. I would suggest that, again, during the construction phase, an independent third parties hired to verify the location and soils and the groundwater at the Caltex. I think it's a very reasonable approach.
Okay, so again, if you're wrong, you're going to spend a lot of money, a lot of your clients' money redoing this. You're gonna it's going to stop your project essentially in its tracks if you can't put that Caltech chamber in 2 feet above the water table. And if you want to really roll the dice here, okay.
Absolutely. We're confident in our design. This is how we designed it. And, you know, we stand by what we have here.
Other commissioners, or does anyone else have any comments towards this application?
I think those are the areas that in my notes that we were really looking at was the test pits. And I do believe if that's an area of concern, Tom, because I'm clearly not an expert on that hopefully we'll be able to make an order of conditions that would suffice. But that's my opinion, because if the risk would really be on the developer, if that third party review doesn't turn out to be favorable or to verify what the assumptions are here that we're seeing.
I don't know how, I mean, we don't typically approve with third-party reviews coming in after the fact. I mean, if it's a more minor issue where it has something to do with it, that Charlotte can do it or something along that lines, then we'll sometimes let it go through. But I'm a little concerned about having a third party review, because if you do that during construction and then third party review says, yeah, I can be there 2 weeks from Monday, you know, it is going to shut everything down. That's the way it's going to be, because too many, and I'm not pointing fingers at anyone in this hearing, but too many projects in town have just caused a lot of problems for a lot of boards. And so I'm only one vote here, but I do feel that if the commission wants to approve with a order of condition that says that this test has to be reviewed by a third party, and it doesn't, you know, for whatever reason it's inconclusive, there's a scheduling issue, whatever it is, this job is going to shut down until the commission is satisfied to allow it to move forward. And I say that with, you know, quite sternly, because too many times people are not willing to live up to their side of things. And this is something that is very important moving forward, that we're not going to get in that situation. We had a similar situation where there was question whether a Caltech system was put in right. And in all honesty, it should have been dug up. The whole project should have been dug up to test it. So I mean, like I said, I'm only one vote. I think it would be better if we could get this. I mean, the soil's already disturbed. I mean, yes, it's 8 feet, theoretically 8 feet down, but it shouldn't be that difficult to get that soil out and get a third party in there. Perhaps this should have been brought up last week, or last meeting.
Well, remember, it wasn't signed off by a licensed soil evaluator when it was first presented to us. And so now we have the soil evaluator signed off on it, didn't fill out everything on his sheet. Again, I'm just looking at a picture here, but it certainly does not look like, it does look like that is the model zone. There's a very clear 3 layers here. And if you look at the soil evaluator's handbook done by the state, this would be a classic case.
Well, I mean, it's up to the commission as a whole. We can take someone can make a motion. We can go through and take a vote and see where the chips lie, or we can continue the hearing and get a third party review. It's it's up to the commission. It's up to the applicant.
So I would make a motion that we do continue this and we get a third party review at the applicant's expense to evaluate new holes or the same ones, but they need to be open. You can't do this with a photograph, and get an accurate or get a third opinion.
So Jed and Sean, you can either agree to continue or you could ask us to take a vote. It's your call on this.
I'll just make a couple comments. So, and thank you for all the comments, Chairman and Tom. Again, during the excavation for the Caltex, we have absolutely no problem. There's quite a bit of site work. We have no problem coordinating with Cohasset Conservation Commission so that they can verify with the independent soil evaluator prior to full installation, and of course backfill of the Caltex to verify what's there. We're here to do the right thing. We're here to obviously do an as-built once the project's complete. We're going to be actively involved with this project. We do a fair amount of work in town and on the South Shore, and I think our request is very reasonable. There's plenty of other site work to do separate from the Caltex, associated with the landscaping, the driveway, downspouts. So I think there's plenty of float in the schedule where this is an independent activity. And I think it's a very reasonable request, which is what we're making. And again, the Cohasset Conservation Commission has done this before, whereby they put in conditions that test pits to be done and witnessed prior to completion and backfill. Thank you.
I'm not aware that we've ever done that, but.
Chris, your point though, at least I think your point could be, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, because I might be, is if it's not continued and you take a vote, you can deny the project. Is that correct?
That's correct. I mean, again, I'm only one vote.
For a hole here, so to speak, but I think that we have to protect the homeowner in this case over something like this. We certainly should. I certainly don't want to risk getting denied over something that will be worked out one way or the other. So if we have to do it before we get a vote, then we think the client would be good with that, even if it pushes it back a couple of weeks. Obviously not loving going to a fourth hearing over such what we think is a net positive project. It should be super obvious, but understand that the details of the stormwater are very important. So I wouldn't want to vote right now. I'd want to continue. Out of Jed, you and I haven't talked about it. We don't have the homeowner. They're not available right now. They're traveling right now, so not available, but I certainly wouldn't want something to down for something so small.
Sean, Eric here. I think your words are very wise. I think we're close to finishing this project. We probably have another week to go in getting this these test pits sorted out, and it would be a shame to send the homeowner off in what I would consider an inconclusive direction after this meeting over what could be an administrative procedure. I certainly would not support this project until our in-house soil expert felt comfortable with it, because I'm not a soil expert, all right? I very much respect Tom's viewpoint on this. So that would be my position if we went to a vote. And I think there'll probably be more of this position. I think you realize that, Sean, all right? So I would recommend we follow your good recommendation, which is sort of take a week or 10 days or whatever, do the kind of work that has to be done and reorganize and get moving again.
I appreciate your comments.
And just as a point of clarification, part of my statement was I wanted to see if there was a compromise to be had here, but I also respect very much what we've done in the past, which is typically to make, if we're going to do a third-party review, to have that done prior to making a decision on any particular project. So I appreciate that as well, Chris, and I want people to be comfortable about the test pits, and I understand completely why Tom isn't. So I just want to clarify that too.
So Chris?
So, Jed, I'm coming back to you. I'm going to ask for to continue this to May the 19th, but I need your agreement in order to do it.
Understood. So, and thanks for the comments, Sean, and the rest of the commission. So if we could just kind of talk through the next steps of what you're proposing. So is what you're saying that the town has an independent firm such as Weston and Sampson or somebody that's a licensed soil evaluator that would be scheduled at a date, and would they provide a mini excavator, for example, or how would this procedure go? I'm just looking for clarification on that.
Charlotte, can you chime in?
Yeah, Jed, I'm happy to. So basically, we have a list of contracted engineering companies that the town hires for peer reviews.
Okay.
And what I can do is I basically contact those companies. I will get invoices for the work and quotes, and we will, ultimately it's the town's decision of which company to go with. But if there is any sort of dispute with any costs, I can get a second quote. So I will definitely do my work on that. And then once we agree on a quote, once we get the payment and the proposal from the peer reviewer, we will initiate it. And it can be done as quickly as possible once we have both those items. And, based off of when we might be able to get that done, if we do need more time to collect the peer review report, and if you would need to modify any site plans, we can choose to, continue to June 2nd as well if we need a little bit more time. I'm not sure if 2 weeks will be enough time to turn it around, but I'm definitely happy to start reaching out tomorrow to our town contractors, contracted engineering companies to get a timeline and what they would be able to accomplish in 2 weeks.
Okay. That makes sense.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
And, I'm sorry, just can we clarify the scope of what we are specifically requesting, just so I can write it down?
Yeah, I would suggest that the same pits be opened. It's just easier, I think.
Okay.
And excavated to sufficient depth to expose these 3 layers again for the soil evaluator to get a good close look at them.
Okay.
And make a determination of where that person thinks the seasonal high water mark is, and then we can proceed from there.
Okay. And Jed, I was out there today. I did see some pink flags that were on the where the grass is, and that looked like they're anchored in the ground. Is that where the test pits were performed? Just want to make sure those markers were where the test pits were performed.
I'm not sure about the pink flags, but I can definitely verify that.
Okay, yeah, sounds good. They were in the
Coordinate with
approximate locations per the site plan, so I just wanted to double check. There were definitely 2 of them in the yard, so.
Okay, yeah, that's probably it, but we'll double check that.
Okay.
Tom, 10
Yes.
minutes ago, didn't you make a motion that's still on the table? I believe your motion's still there, or do we just
Well,
close
we
it?
don't need a motion for a third party review, so I think we took care of
Let's
that.
forget about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes at least with the one of the other projects that we issued a peer review for, we did vote on it. That was what our legal counsel advised.
I think it was another sort of motion actually to go to a vote, but I will move on from that.
Yeah.
So to answer your question, Mr. Chairman, we'd like to request to continue in an effort to coordinate with Cohasset Conservation Commission for the independent soil evaluator to verify the soil types, the soil profile, and the natural groundwater elevation. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank
Our
you.
next hearing this evening is NOI 22-18 and stormwater permit 2214 for 4 Rose Hill Lane. I need to read it into the record. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetland Bylaws and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaws, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, May 5th, 2022 at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on a Zoom platform or notice of intent 22-18 and stormwater permit 22-14 from Ryan McGrath to install a pool, hardscaping, and landscaping at 4 Rose Hill Lane. So, Charlotte, Jay Pampari is back. Anyone need to recuse himself from this one? Okay.
Hi, Brendan, can you hear us?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. So Brendan Sullivan with Kevin Consulting, here with landscape architect Sean Papich and the applicant Ryan McGrath from 4 Rose Hill Lane. If I can share my screen. So this is Rose Hill Lane's the dead end road off of the lower end of Route 3A. Single family home, paved driveway access, rear yard, limited rear yard, which drops off pretty dramatically into the wooded area in the back. There's 2, we showed 2 BVWs, both of them off-site. They do connect outside of this. It's one tributary that goes into James Brook eventually. So that 100-foot buffer encroaches into the rear yard a little bit to the north and a little bit more, and a corner of the house clips it on the western portion of the property. We're proposing a pool and patio. There's an existing patio there. We're proposing to extend that patio and install an in-ground pool, lowering the grade a little bit there. And we have a infiltration system, which we just did test pits on just last week. There's a little bit of fill material in the upper layers, and surprisingly, we ran into some medium sand down below under a buried A layer. So that's where we proposed the infiltration system. So the infiltration system is going to be infiltrating a large portion of the patio with some capturing it by some slot drains and infiltrating it here and an outlet in the side of the bank. We also have a crushed stone trench at the bottom of the Bitconk driveway. Some of the runoff now seems to go onto the neighbor's property, so this will pick that up and direct it and keep it on our property. And we have a landscape plan as well for this. We have some mitigation plantings as well. And the total disturbance for the site is just over 5,000 square feet. That's why we have a stormwater permit. And the closest portion of the patio is approximately 76 feet from the offsite wetlands to the southwest. And I think that's about it.
Can we zoom in on that plan a little bit, please?
Brendan, this is Jay. Can you just describe, I see there's no work done in the 50-foot buffer. There's a little bit of work done, excuse me, within the 100-foot. At least seems like most of the work is outside the 100-foot buffer. Can you just talk a little bit what's in and what's out, please?
Yes, so inside, so this northern portion, there's a few outlets that are within the 100-foot buffer. The western portion, approximately 630 square feet of the patio is within the 100-foot buffer, and approximately 30 square feet of this corner of the pool where the spa is within the 100-foot buffer.
Can you just blow that up a little bit more? I'm sorry, it's a little tough to.
Sure.
I have it on a separate screen, but just for the audience and everyone else.
Yep.
Thank you.
One thing to note there too is that there's an existing terrace there right now that you see kind of at a gray line that curves in, goes straight and then curves in toward the pool. What we're removing for the proposed pool is lawn area. There'll be plantings on the opposite side, as you saw in the landscape plan, along the top of the slope there, all the way around the pool.
Yeah.
Terrace area, both outside and both outside the 100 and inside the 100, right along that edge.
What is the, what's the existing vegetative cover in that area?
Primarily all lawn. It's
It's
basically
all lawn, yeah.
100% lawn.
Well, you have a tree line that's getting just moved back about 20, 30 feet. So you have something.
Tree line isn't really getting moved back. Yeah, it's not really getting moved back at all. There's a
It's
no
getting
tree
moved
line.
all the way to the bottom of the slope.
That's already there. We're not touching any of that. So that's
No, this slope here is all existing slope.
Hey, one thing to note here on this that wasn't noted, there's an existing metal fence around the yard right now, and that remains basically in place and gets slightly rerouted as you get to this terrace area. So it's still a metal fence. It's the same fence. So everything inside that fence. And I don't know if you want to zero in on that a little bit, maybe zoom in on that a little bit more, but you can see metal fence at the top of the slope. So nothing is getting touched outside of that, essentially.
Right.
So that's remaining in place, and it's getting planted and it's lawn right now. So it's really just lawn removal. All that really harsh slope that you see there, Chris, is existing condition.
That's
No,
an
no, no.
existing slope.
No trees.
So I don't understand. You've got you've got two tree lines both facing the same direction. Where's the backside of that tree line?
This really isn't a tree line. This is an edge of lawn line, and there's landscape in between. So the lawn ends, then there's a like a landscape strip, and then the fence is there.
Okay.
That'll stay as landscape.
Including the large evergreen that's shown on the drawing?
Large.
Down in here?
Yeah.
No, that one is still there.
And how about the one at the top in the corner?
Yeah, anything that's there will remain.
Okay.
You're not cutting down anything, Sean.
No, we don't have any intent to cut down anything. Could be some trimming. It's something that hangs over there's any dangerous looking branches hanging over the yard. That's something to always be concerned because it's a pretty heavily wooded edge with that really steep slope kind of coming down to it. So Gotta be,
Brendan, you had talked about the test pits that were done under the Caltech chambers there and what you had found. Can you just talk a little bit about that or show that what the test pits revealed?
So this is the test pit here. We went down 10 feet. Like I said, we went down about 40, 44 inches or so. There was some fill, found a buried A layer, and then it went into a B layer, buried B, and then this was the sand we found beneath that. There was good gravel on top. The fill material was the gravel. This is a picture of the pile itself. There was no models, no weeping. I think that's noted on the, and I added those test pits to the plan. So we get down to the bottom of the hole was about down to elevation 83. The bottom of our infiltration is approximately 88. So we have 5 feet of separation there. So we feel confident that should work.
Great, thank you.
So Sean, there was no water in the bottom of your test pit at all?
No.
Or Brendan, yeah. Okay, great. I mean, sand is fairly permeable stuff. So if you were above the water table, it would have filled up pretty quickly by the looks of things.
Yeah, it would have. And my guess is water table is like maybe down in here. This is probably on natural. Water table down here is, 82. So it's probably down at maybe 80, 81 once we get into the virgin stuff. Because this stuff down here, I'm sure, is all rocky and stuff. So that would be my guess.
Yeah, it looks good.
Where's your pool filter equipment gonna go?
it's intended to go, right around.
Back in here.
Exactly.
The existing AC units are over there. They may have to be relocated, but that's going to be enclosed over in here.
I assume that all access to the back area, excavation, equipment, et cetera, is going to be done through the driveway.
Yeah, not a lot of room over here, and we have the septic system over there as well. So it's an on-site septic system. Forgot to mention that. So there'll be little to no access on the left-hand side. Most will be down through the driveway.
And you've outlined the material and equipment stockpiling area as well in the back.
Yep. Outside the 100-foot buffer.
Yep. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Nope.
I noticed that you have a radon pump there. Is there a radon problem at this house?
I do not know. Ryan, do you have any input on that?
No, the only input, it's put in because we're built on rock, like because of the ledge, but no radon issues.
Somebody spent a couple $1,000 on a radon mitigation system. They usually wouldn't do that unless they were, this isn't part of our thing. I'm just curious because I work with radon a bit. And there aren't too many of these in town that I'm aware of.
There's a lot more than you think.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
My whole street has them, yeah.
Yeah. Huh. A good salesman around for a while.
That's right here.
If they're not having heard any further comment, Jay Pampari make a motion to issue an order of conditions for the project at 4 Rose Hill Lane.
Second.
Having heard a motion, a second to issue an order of conditions for NOI 22-18 at 4 Rose Hill Lane. We'll take a roll call vote. Will Ashton?
Will Ashton, aye.
Tom Bell?
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan?
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Eric Eisenhower?
Eric Eisner, aye.
Patricia Grady?
Trish Grady, aye.
Jeff Campari?
Jay Pampari, aye.
Chris McFarland says aye. That vote passes 7-0.
Jay Pampari make a motion to, does not look like we need a variance because there's no work in the 50. but we'll make a motion to issue a stormwater permit for the project at 4 Rose Hill Lane.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to issue a stormwater permit 22-14 for 4 Rose Hill Lane. We'll take a roll call vote. William Ashton,
William Ashton, aye.
Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisner, aye.
Trish Grady,
Trish Grady, aye.
Jay Pampari,
Jay Pampari, aye.
Chris McFarland says aye. That vote passes 7-0. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Our next hearing this evening is NOI 22-14 and stormwater permit 22-11 at 90 Howard Gleason Road for raise and reconstruct. This hearing was continued from 4/21/2022. First thing I'm going to ask the applicant is, I believe this was continued. One of the reasons for continuation was a DEP number. Has that been issued?
Yes, it has.
Okay.
Charlotte, do you have that?
I do, yes. I can
Okay.
confirm.
Great.
Does anyone?
Mr. McFarland, just for the record, Jay Pampara here was not present for the hearing of 90 Howard Gleason Road. I'm going to recuse myself from this application.
Thank you.
So Brendan Sullivan again, Kevin R Consulting for the record, Sean Papich, and I believe the architect is on as well, Mike Tartamella. So since the last meeting, actually Tom Bell brought up that through his LiDAR was questioning the road grade at Howard Gleason Road, and I misspoke, and I thought we were using GPS, but we were not. We were using a bad benchmark from the old benchmark system that Cohasset has from 1972. And lo and behold, we were off by approximately a foot, 96/100ths to be exact. So we were just under half an inch being off by a foot, which dropped the whole site by a foot. So the road, the grade in Howard Gleason Road is about elevation 7, which is shown. This is Sean Papage's plan, the landscape plan. I think it shows the site more clearly than mine. So that's why I have that up. So the road and the grade is about elevation 7. And it goes up to, elevation 23 in the back. One of the requests from the last hearing as well was to infiltrate the entire house, which we've done. We've made the infiltration system bigger. So now we're capturing all of the roof leaders from the entire house, and as well as the carriage house. The swimming pool and the terrace and the pool pavilion will shed off and not be captured in the infiltration system. The house has also been raised to elevation 19 for a first floor of elevation 19. Before we had it at approximately 16.5. The existing house is about 16.2. The reason for raising it this much is for a finished basement, and to be able to keep that above the groundwater table, which was found during a test pit under the infiltration system. We've also added a smaller infiltration system for a sump that will be located in the basement in case any groundwater or water mitigation is encountered into the underneath the basement as well. So as I said, most of the house has been raised, so the auto court and the swimming pool area patio has been raised as well, which also is going to reduce the amount of. We are in front of planning board for a ledge removal under the ledge removal bylaw. That ledge removal went from 10 yards down to approximately maybe 1 or 2 yards of ledge to be removed. So we're going to be in front of them, I believe, next week. So I think that's about it. If there's any other questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
So Brendan, what is the elevation of the basement? The slab in the basement, I assume it's going to be a slab,
Yes, 7.8.
7.8.
Yep. And we found groundwater in this test pit over here at 7.3.
What was the top elevation of your pit? So how deep was the water? So I don't have to do the subtraction.
We found models about 44 inches.
44 inches. Yeah, I mean, you know that you're so close to tidewater here.
Yeah.
Wow.
Right, and then that was a concern as well. So that's why we raised it and also added the additional infiltration for the sump discharge.
Yeah, your neighbors did the same thing. They raised their garages and their boathouse up to the FEMA elevation, which you guys are above. So that's your basement isn't, but first floor is. That's good.
Right.
To wear your boots in the basement.
You might need a good sump pump.
Fly fishing waders.
Do you have the before and after stormwater drainage patterns?
Oh, you mean the old one? What the size of the old one was?
The existing and the proposed catchment areas.
So when you evaluated the property and put the data into HydroCAD, presumably you had either a single catchment or a subcatchment or more than one. So what we're asking for is we want to see a before and after in terms of mapping of the boundaries between those subcatchments.
Let's see. I don't think I did a subcatchment. I did a HydroCAD, but I don't think I mapped it out per se.
Yeah, you just have the schematic, which doesn't help us a lot when we're trying to understand the runoff patterns on a lot, and we're starting to kind of expect our engineers to give us a little bit more information that helps us understand the directions of flow on the property and how these subcatchments and routing and design points are laid out.
So if you can see that, this is all my impervious areas that I accounted for.
Yeah.
Obviously, the house is broken out into 2,062 square feet and 2,936. Those were combined for the new system, as well as the 616 going into the roof. The 616 for the detached garage.
Okay, so your subcatchment is just the roofs. You're not running anything off the driveways or terraces or anything to your. So you just have one subcatchment, one design point. Is that accurate?
Yes, for the yes.
Okay.
I am noticing that, and you know, if this is, I assume the driveway's in pretty much the same location as it was, but I mean, you
Yeah, there's the existing driveway there.
Yeah, but it's high. It's now starting at a high. It's ending at a higher location, right?
Ending at a higher location. So
I mean, is it a higher elevation at the auto court?
Nowhere. So the existing, if you can see that, the existing auto court with the detached garage is about elevation 16. I believe. Whoops. Sorry, that's the next one. This auto court is about elevation. Well, the slab of the garage is 17, so this is about 16.5. So it's about the same. Here's the existing garage here in the red. So, you know, if elevation 16 here, you're still going to be 16 over here. Which in this case is going to be a fill at this point. Where before the site was probably in excess material coming off, now it's probably mostly balanced. So all the material that would be excavated on site will be used for fill on site.
So you're not going to bring any fill in? Do you have sufficient material that you're going to cut to satisfy your fill?
Yes, I don't remember the exact numbers, but it appears that way, other than obviously maybe some structural fill needed for the structural foundation of the house and the outbuildings and the pool and such, but
What's that?
where it used to be a bigger cut in the back, now it's a fill and a little bit of cut.
Oh, another one, maybe half of one. How you doing? I'll mute you.
It would be, I mean, it would be nice if you caught some of that driveway runoff before it made it to the road.
Yeah, based on the contours, it's going to run right straight down that driveway, right to Howard Gleason Road.
Well, with the, if you were to look at the existing pavement, is there almost 3,800 of pavement going down to there? And really I mean, these two numbers here is about almost less than 3,800, right? 2,030, so about 3,800 of pavement there. And this is really detached. There's like, 2 stone treads heading out to this pavement in the back. So this isn't really going to be sheeting off, coming screaming down and ending up in Howard Gleason Road. It's going to hit a landscaped area in between, landscaped area of lawn and whatnot, and be relatively flat as well.
I don't follow that. I mean, I'm looking at a paved driveway here, and where is it going to be interrupted?
Brendan, do you have your, did you share a new drawing, one of your drawings? Are you
Yes.
trying to share one of your drawings? Right now, we're looking at the color rendering.
Basically what he's
Oh.
saying is that the old driveway used to go further up as a paved driveway.
It
Yes,
was more square footage.
yes. So I'm sorry. I thought I was,
You'll notice I didn't say that it was a requirement of the bylaw. What I said was it would be nice. But, maybe that's just foreign language.
Oh, we do like to see some movement on the voluntary movement on the part of applicants sometimes about discharging their water at the end of their driveway. We can't require it, but
Yeah, this is John Borgo. I'm happy to consider it. We're not saying no, but I'm more than happy to consider it.
yeah, that's good.
Is that something perhaps if we put a trench drain in, either somewhere along that longer run, perhaps we do it down around the cobble area. Maybe we drop a little bit of a rain garden, or we can. I'd certainly have to talk with Brendan about what does it do to your calcs if we try to get some water into some other structure, if we can do a simple dry well someplace.
Sure. Yeah, within reason, we're more than happy to accommodate as best we can. We're not trying to create anything.
Yeah, that makes sense.
we could design something that picks up maybe just both the auto courts. So both the auto courts will be picked up by either making this infiltration system bigger or maybe a separate one.
Well, I don't think it's the auto courts that, I mean, they have a lot, they're already dissipating water in just by the way they're flowing. But the driveway is a conduit that takes that water and sheds it right onto the street. We all know what happens at that corner when, you get some flooding and you're just adding to it. It's just a suggestion. Sean, is this the only drawing that shows the trees that are being removed?
Yeah, I mean, it's a color rendering, but it just shows the in the 100, it's the spruce that we talked about last time in the beach. The big thing is preservation of the large linden tree there. There's addition of trees in this area and certainly throughout the site. And planting areas here, all the way up through the 100 is all going to be native. Ornamental, or not ornamental, but a native clump tree here, serviceberry tree. But it's just,
Where are you pointing?
oh, sorry, I'm sorry. For a second, I was sharing mine. I'm getting too tired, you guys. So it's the large, on the small side of the driveway with the serviceberry tree going there. The large linden is the one you see pictured out near Howard Gleason Road.
Right.
It will be protected during construction. And then the beech tree is right about in the location of the house. Both of those are right at the house. Yes, thank you.
Yep.
Then up further up from that is a spruce tree that is kind of right on top of the existing house. If you see those red lines,
Yep.
right on top of the existing house right now.
Yeah, you showed us pictures last time. But I would like to point out to you that, as you pointed out to us, we have jurisdiction within the 100-foot, within the 100-foot setback. You're taking out two fairly large-sized trees within the 100, but you're only putting one back in the 100. So granted, you're putting many trees on the property. We have no jurisdiction over those, so we have not, we can't. You could cut them all down tomorrow, and we have nothing to say.
We are putting cedars. We are putting cedars and pitch pine in on the edge of the property, buffer with the neighbor adjacent to them. And a substantial amount of vegetation there. We could consider.
I'd like to see at least one more large tree of some sort. Do you have a plant list for this?
Yeah, the plant list. If you look down below.
I really, again, we outside the 100-foot buffer. Tomorrow, the owner could take them all out, and we have no say over it. So what's important is, how big is the serviceberry going in? How big are the cedars that are going in? That's what's really important.
Right. So cedars, we had 8-foot height going in. Pine 8 to 10-foot height. Serviceberry is 8 to 10-foot height, which is reasonable size going in for nursery stock. It's not bringing in a massive tree or anything like that in this certain situation, but it's still considered much larger than your normal drop-in mitigation.
A little bigger than Home Depot carries.
Yeah,
not much.
I think a little bit. And we could consider another shade tree along the driveway on the left. We want to do something like that.
Well, I think that it would be nice to bring in something a little bigger than well, serviceberry is tough to get bigger than 8.
Right.
But I don't know what's the size on the cedars?
The cedars are 8 feet going in. Usually you find what you can find on those, right? And so, plus we're kind of making that pretty dense over there with several of them. Planted about 5 to 6 feet on center, so we're planted pretty solid. If we bring a shade tree in as you're driving in, if we bring a shade tree in, you're driving up to the left of the drive. Yeah, thank you. That could be one that's a little larger. That would be kind of the ideal place where you might do one a little bit larger there. Not a huge one, because you're still talking about the linden tree in front.
Yeah.
So that I'm saying within the 100. Now you can, that's within your jurisdiction, right? So beyond that, every other tree you see on there along that driveway and auto court areas probably going to be, 6-inch caliper and some change. Depending on what we see at Select Horticulture or one of the other places.
Okay.
I know that's out of your jurisdiction, but from a standpoint of site planning, it's notable.
So has planning approved the large home review on this?
No, we were planning board under their new policy. If you submit new revised plans within a week of the hearing, they automatically continue you. So their entire agenda last Wednesday night was opened, continued, and closed. Okay. So we are on for their next meeting, which is next Wednesday.
Okay. So you're aware that if we approve this plan, but planning modifies that we may have to revisit this?
Oh, yeah, yep, absolutely.
Understood. Chris,
Yeah, we're on with them for the large home review and the ledge removal.
Yep.
Chris, what did happen is we actually made the revisions relative to the Conservation Commission hearing and turned them back over into planning board. And I don't know that they understood that that's what happened, is what became clear during the meeting. After they closed them, we were able to have a few seconds to talk with them. And I don't think they understood that the new plans they got were just that they were the updated plans in reaction to the previous Conservation Commission hearing. So I think they were disappointed to actually close it. So continued it actually.
Okay.
Sean, I'm looking for the test pit information, and I don't see either where the test pit was put in or anything about it. Or Brendan.
It was me, Brendan, that did that. So the test pit was done. Can you see my plan now? The white plan on the screen?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the test pit location there.
No, wait a minute. No, I'm looking at landscape.
Yeah, Sean, you have to stop. I think you have to stop sharing.
I'm not up and sharing.
No, it's me. It's me.
Okay.
Let's try that again. Should be this one here.
Photos or something like that.
So the test pit was in this location here.
Okay.
And the test pit information is over here.
Can you zoom in on that a bit?
Whoops. Can you see that?
Yeah, I can.
So models at 44, weeping at 58.
Yeah. So presumably, you know, you're seeing a water table at 44 inches then. How does that work for your Caltech chamber?
So
You know, cross section there of that?
Yep. Around here somewhere. There it is. So 8.5 to 10.5.
8.5. Okay, so yeah, all right, that's good. Elevation. Wait a minute, would you go back to the?
Oh, I'm sorry. This is for the sump infiltration basin.
Yeah.
This is the one here. So I'm sorry, 7.3 to 9.3.
7.3 to 9.3, and what's you want to go back to the log of your test pit? Because it's in inches below surface.
Yeah.
So we're looking at okay, I see. You do have groundwater elevation of 7.3, ground elevation 11. So 3.7. Yeah, okay.
Do we see the plan where it's located again?
Right here.
Okay, so 11's your low end.
Yeah.
Yeah, looks good.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Charlotte, do you have anything to add?
No, I didn't. I guess the one question is, in terms of the consideration for any trench drains or rain gardens or anything like that, is that something that the commission is interested in looking into as a condition, or just in general for a continuance? I just wanted to clarify that.
I think it would be a condition that they consider it.
Mhm.
Like we can't require it, but it makes for good neighbors and
Mhm.
good citizens. So,
We can certainly do that.
Yeah, understood.
All right. If there's no more comments or questions, I'll entertain a motion with a condition. Come on, Will, give me one.
Where's Jay when we need him?
All right, I'll make the motion. Chris McFarland makes a motion to close the public hearing and issue an order of conditions for NOI 22-14 at Howard Gleason Road, with a special order of condition being that the applicant consider the addition of a catchment and diversion system at the base of the driveway that would help to mitigate the amount of stormwater that's leaving the property and heading onto the road. Do I have a second?
Mr.
Oh,
Chair.
sorry, Mr. Chair, did you want a condition about an additional tree in the 100-foot
Right.
buffer as well?
No, they have enough, I guess.
Okay.
I'll
Then
second.
second, yeah.
Okay, having a motion and a second to issue an order of conditions for NOI 22-14 for 90 Howard Gleason Road. We'll take a roll call vote. William Ashton,
William Ashton, aye.
Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Eric Eisenhower. Did we lose Eric?
No, he's muted.
Eric Eisenhower. Try it one more time. Push that button again. Come on, Eric. I saw you get rid of it. You had it off for a second.
My goodness. Yeah, I'm here.
There we go.
Okay.
Aye.
Okay. Trish Grady,
Trish Grady, aye.
and Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 6-0-0. Along with that, I make a motion to issue a variance for work within the 50-foot buffer. Do I have a second?
Second.
Having a motion and a second, roll call vote. William Ashton,
William Ashton, aye.
Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisner, aye.
Trish Grady,
Trish Grady, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 6-0-0. We also have to issue a stormwater permit. I make a motion to issue a stormwater permit 22-11 at Howard Gleason Road, 90 Howard Gleason Road. Do I have a second?
Second.
Having a motion and a second to issue a stormwater permit 22-11 for 90 Howard Gleason Road. Take a roll call vote. William Ashton,
William Ashton, aye.
Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisner, aye.
Trish Grady,
Trish Grady, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 6-0-0. Thank you very much. Good luck with planning.
Great. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our last hearing this evening is NOI 22-15 and stormwater permit 22-12 for 46 Hobart Lane. The project is to raise and reconstruct the existing home. This hearing's been continued since April 21st, 2022.
Mr. Chairman, I have to apologize. I was not at the April 21st hearing. It's been a long couple of weeks here for me personally. I have not listened to the tape, so I'm going to recuse myself from this hearing. It looks like you have a quorum for the rest of the evening, so I'm going to recuse myself for the evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Good evening. Brendan Sullivan again, for the record. Here with Sean Papich, and I believe the owner, Tom Reardon, is on the call as well. Hi, Tom. Hearing your remarks from the last meeting 2 weeks ago, we went back to the drawing board, quite literally, with the house and the patio and the pool, and we took everything out of the 50-foot buffer. So now there's nothing other than mitigation plantings in the 50-foot buffer. we pushed the terrace back. Made the pool smaller, slid it over here to the side. And also we also moved the mitigation, the infiltration system out of the rear yard, out of the 50-foot buffer, and put it in the side yard over here as well. With that being said, the landscape plan is more or less the same. The front is more or less the same. We pulled our front yard setback off of the street to align ourselves with zoning. We did have a discussion. We went through the same problem with this one as we did with 90 Howard Gleason, as we submitted revised drawings for the large home review. It was opened and continued. We were at zoning earlier this week, and there wasn't a lot of comments there. I really just want to see some, that was, the planning board was neighborhood comparisons. But zoning wanted to maybe get some input from the stormwater, from you people, to see if you had any comments on the stormwater design. With this new design, we are decreasing the impervious by about approximately 100 square feet on the site. As you remember, we're taking about almost 4,000 square feet of pavement in the front and the side yard, and removing that with a smaller auto court and a one curb cut now instead of the two circular driveway that's there today. We did get some comments from an owner at is it
36 Lothrop Lane.
36 Lothrop Lane. Their comments are that they get some flood waters, as do a lot of other people downstream from this. They mentioned that there's no stormwater controls in Howard Gleason Road. There are in fact two catch basins. I believe they're leaching catch basins. During a storm like we had the other day, call it a storm, a little small rain event, they function properly, but once you get a major event, they do fill up. They're probably either clogged or not functioning the way they should be. There are no outlets to them, so they're just leaching basins that are in the street. But the grade in the street does come down around the corner. It does end up, they are down off-site, quite a ways away from the property. Their letter makes a few misrepresentations of the property, saying that the artificial berm is raised 1 to 2 feet higher than the existing. That's really just not true. There's no elevation 14 in front of the house today. That's about where the auto court is, matches the garage elevation, which is 14. The rear deck, the house we're actually lowering by almost a foot, is about 16.5. We're lowering it down to 15.5. The terrace is just over elevation 14, about 14.2, 14.3. The existing deck in the back is just below the first floor elevation, so it's about elevation 16.2. So we're lowering the deck by, I know it's a deck, it's pervious. We're putting in an impervious area, but we're lowering that area by approximately 2 feet. The grading, the width of the structure is actually a little bit narrower. As you can see, we're kind of matching the structure in the southern portion. The northerly portion, we're cutting the structure back by a couple feet to keep it within the floodplain. Keep it outside of the floodplain. So some of their comments are, and they don't mention which plan they were reviewing, whether it was this revised one, which we submitted last Thursday, or the original plan that was submitted with the original submittal. With that, I'll take comments and questions.
Brendan, may I ask you a question? You mentioned that there was a comment that you had elevated or lowered the berm. Are you doing any work out on the berm whatsoever?
I'm not quite sure. That they talk about a dam, they talk about a berm. I'm not quite sure where that comment came from.
To me, the berm is the large ridge protecting the house from the swells of the ocean.
You mean the dune?
Yeah, that's what I mean, the berm. We call it a berm down there. But you're not doing any work up there, I don't believe.
No, we're not.
Vegetation is proposed, right?
No.
No.
The vegetation, Chris, is down in the gully between the berm and the house. It's in the lowlands.
Right. So
I understand that, Sean. Is that correct?
That's correct, Eric.
Yes, this is the upland side of the coastal dune, which
Yeah.
is the coastal dune is a resource area here that we're talking about, which is the
Understood.
locals call it the berm, but it is indeed a coastal dune as per, DEP. So the landward side of the coastal dune is here. The seaward side of it is out over there, is out towards the beach. And then the dune turns into a coastal beach, and then there's the open water.
So
So,
you're talking about the flow and the exit of water from the site. In that area, the natural exit is down Lothrop Lane. Everything goes down Lothrop Lane.
yes,
The Miller High Water. And if
Right.
you live at the other end of Lothrop Lane, you get inundated every time there's a big rainstorm. or
Right.
flood. So there's and no one's been able to solve that.
Yeah, so it's little antiquated drainage system down there. It goes from piped to, channel to, and then even down on Charlie Higgins's property, there's a pipe similar to, hate to say it, but similar to Treach Pond. That's, and I know Charlie says he actually unclogs it every now and then with just a shovel. It's not as, it's not contributing area that Treach Pond gathers, but it's a small enough area where, because like I said, it goes from pipe to channel to pipe to, and it is an antiquated system. And down where number 36 is the Hornby family, they're kind of in that low point down there where all this water gathers during a storm event. And they mentioned the 2018 storm event, which, my client has pictures of, and the water got barely too elevated. It ponded a little bit where the raised garden beds are in the backyard, and that was really about it.
Charlotte, are you there? Charlotte, you had a photograph that we went through, which showed some flooding in front of the house that you whipped through when we began this. Are you there?
Yeah, so in front of this property?
Yeah, down in below the berm. I saw a photograph go by.
I can pull up my site visit photos if that helps, but I think that might have been 90 Hargleys, and I did observe some minor flooding in the road.
That's okay.
No, that was mine if you want to.
Oh, okay.
So that, is it this picture here?
Let me.
You're not showing.
I'm not showing. Hold on. Where is? How about that one?
To me, this sums up the real issue here. Is that you have the dune and the berm or whatever, and you have lowland, which is about 4 feet below the house height and the berm, and the water does collect there. I think in your plan, Sean, you're proposing a great deal of mitigation planning there. I'm not sure what you're mitigating because you're no longer in the 50-foot zone, but a great deal of planning there. I think that planning will have a hard time surviving the saltwater flooding that you see here, which in my experience occurred about once every 2 or 3 years and would last for 2 weeks. And I think the plants you're putting in there, probably most of them would not survive that or have to be replaced quite often.
Eric, what we had talked about last time is a couple different ways to even think about it, is what I was thinking when we were chatting about it last time, last hearing.
Yeah.
One would be if we're showing all, salt tolerant plants. Now, granted, if it's sitting in water, and also Tom Reardon, who's on the line, he's got a real good knowledge of this too, and watching it just like you do. You watched it for a lot more years than he did, but he's been watching water too. But
his house.
No. But if I may, Eric, I think you bring up a great point, which was I think the commission raised some very valid points last time we were on, which candidly, I probably didn't fully appreciate. But if you can see from the revised plans that we've come up with, it really is make sure that we don't impact or affect the flow, which is if you stay on that lane for any period of time, and I fully appreciate the comments from our neighbors, because the folks at Lothrop absolutely bear the brunt of any extreme weather. The two sort of combined forces of everything that sort of hits the top of Hobart from a rain perspective, just comes right down the road bangs a right, hits that catch basin that fills very quickly and keeps going down towards Lothrop. And then any ocean water that breaches the berm hits the Schwartz's property, comes down through our property, and then exits really between our property and the Norris's out towards, again, that back paddock. And I think unfortunately it's a result of elevation, but I think very much to those comments, and what we're trying to do is saying we're not trying to alter in any way, shape, or form the direction of the water in either way. And candidly, what we've done is begun a conversation as a result of that letter. And also, I think the Treats Pond discussion this evening is educational about what is the art of the possibility about getting better drainage on Hobart. Very different discussion and not related to this project, but I think it's a valid point of the neighbors on that end. Is there something we can do to mitigate that?
Yeah. Okay.
Though about the plant material, couple different thoughts on this. We're showing a little bit of wider variety of plant material. Certainly we're pulling from all of our coastal palette, right? Some from what would be on that rocky dune, some that may not necessarily be on that rocky dune. So to your point is, would all that variety of planting work? I will say that in the work that was done at the Norris's several years ago, it did send Charlotte some photos of that, but there were relatively recent photos, or not too old photos. That was actually done planting just with some sand in the actual the dune itself. That was a part of our proposal with that property, was to actually vegetate that dune, and we did it very, very successfully. Now, it was a little bit of a thinner palette than what you see on this list. So that's something that I think I'd still be considering in terms of final plant palette, in terms of selection of the plants. But I do think,
Sean, you're it's not really mitigation planning because you're completely out of the 50 foot. You're not mitigating a problem, and it's not our intention on the Concom to control in detail your landscaping. All right. So I guess in the end, you're pretty free to do what you want down there, as long as what's going on is common sense and the plants you're putting in are from the list. And I guess you say cross your fingers and hope it's all successful, because that type of rainwater collection there, saltwater collection, would be death, obviously, to even a lot of this of the plants that we recommend for the coastal planning. But that's something you'll live and learn with.
Eric, you know this property well. What is determining the limit of the coastal dune as labeled here?
It's the slope of the dune, Chris. It's the slope. What you find here is that the dune is all cobble because they're heavy.
Yes.
Anything light gets washed by the surf over the top down into the trench where you see the plants.
Yes.
And there you find sand and very, very small cobbles. There actually is soil, Sean, on the side of the bank going up, because you have some substantial plants going there. But down where in the bottom here, there's almost nothing to hold moisture whatsoever. It's probably, I would estimate, probably 3 feet deep, Sean, there of stone and sand and all of that. So,
so I'm just, so this limit of coastal dune that was flagged by a wetland scientist?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. John Zimmer.
If you were to flash that photograph that Brendan had a short while ago, where he showed the flooding, you'll see the lower portion of the coastal bank. And it's basically about, I think, 5 or 6 feet on the other side of the wooden fence is the lower portion of the coastal bank, and then it goes up from there. But what you see by the fence there is just sand and stone, washed over eons and eons, washed over the top and collected there.
and there's a prickly pear cactus up there to the left as
I, I planted that.
That thing is
Illegally,
hardy.
I might add.
That thing is hardy, by the
I
way.
know.
It continues. It
Yeah.
continues.
Native plant, I think. But Tom, I wish you the best. I wish you good luck with your plantings. It's you gonna have to tend to them very well.
We're gonna have to hit you up for some consultancy for sure.
To succeed.
So
You got
so
Sean.
My question with the planting here is that, I mean, you're showing a lot of plants, which means you're going to disturb a big area. I mean, are you proposing to bring soil in? Or are you proposing to just tuck these into the ground?
Well, I would say that that's what I was, I guess, referring to earlier. If we thin out that plant list to something that we believe will be a little bit better for, say, the top of the dune or the side of the dune, like we did in the adjacent property, sea lavender, seaside goldenrod, and beach grass or something along those lines. Rosa virginiana, even maybe. We'd probably have some success going pretty much right into stone in the sand, at least sand. If we have a wider variety, then we'd probably want to mix in some type of loam, but you bring around a good point. And if it doesn't make sense to do that, you'd probably go to something that's more stony and sandy. We use sand and just stone in the adjacent property. Very successful.
Sean, will you irrigate?
Yeah, you probably wouldn't be irrigating in there. I think we would probably, I think you'd probably do quick couplers. You'd probably want to irrigate if it was allowed by the commission. But I'm not so sure that we haven't gotten into that yet.
Okay.
I'll be completely honest with you. If the commission would allow us to keep the raised beds that are there, they've been tremendously fruitful, and we have had great success there. And I myself am not a master gardener, and I've still been able to grow things there. So that would also be something we're willing to consider, but I am also open to suggestion.
Well, I'll be honest, I put the raised beds in, Tom, and I have a letter from the then conservation agent saying that they were not offending because they were temporary, like a fence is not offending. So
Actually, that picture will show that they are temporary, because we had to put them that back in place. But yes, I agree.
Mr. Chair, can I just make one comment and then just read a few documents into the record real quick?
Sure.
Brendan, I'll just enter really quickly that we did receive 2 letters of support for this project as well. One from Jeff Schwartz at 40 Hobart Lane, and the other from Suzanne and Jack Norris at 60 Hobart Lane. So those are publicly, posted. And then Brendan, I just had one follow-up question to the letter of concern from the Hornbys. I believe I received some questions from the other abutters about this as well, in terms of the front of the house with the auto court and the stone wall, retaining walls. Would you just be able to speak a little bit about that and the, impact on any drainage or improvement of any drainage in the front of the house? Just for the audience, I think there's some people in the audience as well that might want to hear that.
Sure. So the front of the house, the floodplain actually, the corner, this gray line out here is actually the landward end of the floodplain. If you remember, the floodplain here is an AO, 3 feet of depth. So in theory, during a 100-year event, there's going to be 3 feet of water running over this property. But it does, where this floodplain line is out here is approximately elevation 11. Usually in a dune situation like this, there's a velocity zone that ends, and there is a velocity zone that ends about mid-dune. Then there's an AO where the waters wash over. And then there's usually on the backside of it, before you get to a zone X, there's usually an AE with standing water. This doesn't have that. This goes right into AO to an X, which leads me to believe that Sometimes if the flood line is so small, they just eliminate it. The FEMA does. So my guess is that the floodplain around here is somewhere between 11 and probably 12, maybe 13 at the highest event. So as far as these walls affecting the floodwaters, I think it's going to be little to no effect in that respect. And because the waters at this point, the water is going to come around the house and go down and go parallel with the house in the north-south direction, which is the direction of the walls. So it's not going to be affecting the let's say the 100-year event in that respect. As far as the stormwater, as I said before, we're reducing the pavement in the front yard from almost 4,000 square feet down to about 2,500 with the auto court and the one driveway, and especially on the southerly side where we had pavement almost to the back of the house. So there's probably about 100 feet of pavement that's going to be now lawn and vegetated. So that will slow that water down that would run down towards the street.
Great, thank you so much.
And Brendan, I just want to recap just for my brain because I'm getting foggy because it's late. But you reduced the pavement, you've moved the pool and the retaining wall out of the 50-foot buffer, and you also decreased the net impervious by 100.
Yes.
Correct. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Those are all from the notes from last time.
Bear with me 1 second. Sorry. I was just checking an image. I just want to say that, typically, and Sean, Eric made comment to the fact that this isn't really mitigation planting because you're not mitigating anything. I will say that, under typical situations, the 50-foot buffer is kind of sacred. But I'd just like to say on this particular project that this entire area up to the coastal dune is already disturbed. So what you're actually doing is you're improving the situation. And I just want that noted for the record because there's many applicants out there who, we've told them they have to stay out of the 50-foot buffer. And this is definitely a situation where, a child's play set and barren earth is less of a buffer than what you're proposing here. So I just wanted to say that for the record. Any other comment?
And we're doing that, and that was honestly thanks to your guidance, honestly.
Yeah. Okay. Any other comments?
Yeah, I'd just like to say one thing to Tom. Very important to the survival of this house when the next real hurricane comes is all the vegetation you find on the coastal bank, the dune in front of you. That has been proven very, very important for stopping the large bangers coming over the top and approaching the house. So I hope in the future you do whatever you can to maintain that very tough, nasty vegetation.
I think that's a great point, Eric. And my view, and Sean and I have talked about this, is trying to figure out how we strengthen that. Because if you look, because of those rocks and the way those waves come over, all the loose rock is caught by that vegetation, and it really is the reason the dune remains as it is. So I 100% agree, and you don't have to live through a couple of those storms where you sit on the upper levels of the floor and of that house and say, how are the waves going to hit this or not, before you fully appreciate what that vegetation could do. So totally agree, and wholeheartedly will absolutely be focused on that.
Best of luck to you.
Appreciate it.
Okay, any other comments on the stormwater permit? Anyone? Okay, Chris McFarland is going to make a motion to close the public hearing and to issue an order of conditions for NOI 22-15 at 46 Hobart Lane. There are no special conditions unless someone has one.
Yep.
Nope. Do I have a second?
Second.
Having a motion and a second to issue an order of conditions for NOI 22-15 at 46 Hobart Lane. We'll take a roll call vote. Will Ashton,
Ashton, aye.
Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisenhower, aye.
Trish Grady,
Trish Grady, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 6-0. We're going to I'll make a motion to issue a variance for planting within the 50-foot buffer. Do I have a second?
Second.
Having a motion and second to issue a variance for planting within the 50-foot buffer. We'll take a roll call vote. William Ashton,
William Ashton, aye.
Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisenhower, aye.
Trish Grady,
Trish Grady, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 6-0. And lastly, I'll make a motion to issue a stormwater permit 22-12 for 46 Hobart Lane. Do I have a second?
Second.
Having a motion and a second to issue a stormwater permit 22-12 for 46 Hobart Lane. We'll take a roll call vote. William Ashton,
William Ashton, aye.
Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisenhower, aye.
Trish Grady,
Trish Grady, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 6-0. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, our next order of business tonight is minutes for approval of the April 21st, 2022 hearing. Did anyone have any comments on those?
No.
Does everyone feel comfortable voting on them?
Yes.
So I'll make a motion to approve the minutes for April 21st, 2022. Do I have a second?
Second.
Having a motion and a second to approve the minutes for the April 21st, 2022 hearing. We'll take a roll call vote. Will Ashton,
Will Ashton, aye.
Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisenhower, aye.
Trish Grady,
Trish Grady, aye.
Chris McFarland, aye. That vote passes 6-0. Charlotte, you got some certificates of compliance here. What's going on?
I do, yes. I'll try to be brief with these. So these are two orders of conditions from 2001 for 30 Black Horse Lane, NOI 01-12 and NOI 01-47. Basically, one of them was the installation of a sewer line, and the other was an installation of a water line plus a salt marsh restoration. Both of those lines in part were installed underneath the salt marsh. And both of them go up to the house. And so as part of the order of conditions for the water installation, there was a plan to restore the salt marsh with the native grasses. Since I'm evaluating this 20 plus years later, there is no as-built at this time. However, I did find sufficient correspondence to show that the sewer and the water lines had both been installed. I did a final inspection this week, and right now all the grasses are unfortunately dead and hard to identify, but they definitely are there. However, I will note that the area in the salt marsh is now unfortunately overrun with Phragmites. And so it is a little bit hard to evaluate the full restoration of the salt marsh. But given that these are 20-plus-year-old permits, I'm happy to go through the minor landscaping deviations, but for the most part, as part of one of the orders of conditions, there was a landscaping plan, a planting plan. There were a handful of species that were planted, but since 20 years have passed, some of the eastern red cedars, for example, at the front of the driveway were cut down since they're actually on the 28 Black Horse Lane property line. So they had just been cut down a while ago. But there are a handful of native species like beach rose and a few other species that were present on the site. So I will leave it to the commission if they have any questions. I'm happy to pull up my report, but you know, it is an old permit, so I definitely want to defer to you guys for cases like these. You know, for the 1973 Elm Street, you know, order conditions, we closed that one out without an as-built. And you know, at least with these two submissions, I did find the sufficient correspondence from the letters and stuff in the files showing that the lines, the utility, you know, lines had been installed.
So Charlotte, NOI 0112 and NOI 0147 are both at Black Horse.
30 Black Horse, correct. Mhm.
Seems like our bylaws could use
Yeah.
a limit of when things actually,
Yeah.
like certificate of compliance, now or never.
Right. So one of the main conditions as to whether or not we can even issue a COC is the orders of conditions has to be recorded, and both of them were recorded with the registry. So for example, if there was one that was never recorded, we cannot issue a COC for it. We can acknowledge that it's like basically closed out, but we will not issue a certificate of compliance since the order of conditions would not have been complied with. So these two were definitely recorded. So that definitely satisfies the administrative requirement. But you know, again, yeah, these are 20-year-old permits, and this is related to a property, pending property sale as well, which is why I was approached with this request.
Yeah, no kidding. So do we have to vote on this?
Yeah, does anyone have any concerns about evaluating the
No.
status of the salt marsh, or? No?
Late.
I know it's way too late. Yeah, it's like 20 years ago. And unfortunately now
What happens if we
overrun.
all, what happens if we all abstain?
Better talk to your lawyer.
Yeah, it might be a good question for legal counsel. We can definitely deny it and just, you know, acknowledge that the permits are closed, but I don't know if that would satisfy any lender requirements for closing out the permits, because they are recorded with the registry. So if you were to issue a certificate of compliance, that would also have to be recorded to show that all those permits were closed out. I did talk to the property owner about, you might need to come up with an as-built. So, you know, he was open to it, but definitely wanted to see if the commission was satisfied with the sufficient documentation for the utility lines. And the problem with an as-built is I'm not sure for this case, what would need to be done to confirm where those utility lines are. And I personally would not want to see them dig up the salt marsh to do that. So it's an interesting question. I'm not sure if they have any devices that might be able to have minimal, intrusion into the salt marsh to locate those utility lines. So I'm happy to look into that, but that was one question that I was, concerned with if we were to ask for an as-built as a condition. It's actually a requirement for the COC, but again, 20-year-old permits, it's, yeah.
The one question I would have, brings us back to a project we had at our last hearing where the neighbor finds out that her utilities are on an abutting lot. So if we're not put in right and we have no as-built, then who's at fault when the next guy tries to dig up something and he rips through a utility line? I mean, who's at fault?
The previous agent had definitely witnessed the installation of the water utility lines, and then the correspondence I have for the sewer has just been going back and forth with the contractor, the property owner, and the sewer commission and board of health. So it's one of those things of the previous agent definitely witnessed the installation of the water utility line. So I don't want to make an assumption, but I would really hope that he didn't approve the utility lines going past someone's property line. But for reference, the driveway kind of borders the property line for 28 Black Horse Lane, and then the salt marsh is to the right of the driveway, which is 30 Black Horse Lane's property. So where those utility lines were originally proposed and supposedly installed, they are on the 30 Black Horse Lane property.
Well, I mean, it happens to be on Black Horse Lane, and I can tell you right now that 80 Black Horse Lane moved all their utilities from the original location. They go right across 70 Black Horse Lane, which is now kind of come in front of us for a subdivision
Mhm.
parcel.
Couldn't they get a dig safe that wouldn't interrupt that wouldn't dig anything up? Show you where the lines are or no?
That's a great question. I'm not sure what the process is for the salt marsh portion, but for the road, I can definitely see obviously the existing utilities from Black Horse Lane, and they're both lining up with being, adjacent to the driveway.
They can track those with an instrument. And,
Okay.
Basically, basically a metal detector will do
Okay.
it.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if that would work.
They have ground penetrating radar too that can find that stuff.
Okay.
You just hire someone to come out and check where it is.
Okay.
Yeah, you might have to do that if it were plastic, but since you've got a current flowing through it, just a magnetometer will work fine.
Yep.
Yeah.
What are the electric and
gas and telecommunications.
Sorry, it's water and sewer.
Water and sewer. 20 years ago, I wonder if they, Brian alluded to this, that they were putting in this plastic pipe and they're going to run a metal strip in various places so you can find it again. And I think that's pretty standard practice. They probably did that. You'd hope they did when they put these utilities in. Certainly the water, well, maybe not. Water may not be a metal pipe 20 years ago. Might be plastic.
The lovely part with these site plans is that they do not have a lot of information on them to begin with. It does not specify the detailing of at least the sewer one. I can pull up the water one real quick, but yeah, so it's a little unclear what those were.
Well, Mr. Chairman, where do we go from here?
I mean, we can look into getting an as-built after the fact. We can reevaluate the COCs for the as-built with the as-built in front of us if we want to do that.
Is it the same owner that's trying to sell now that owned it in 2000?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, then they should definitely get it.
Okay.
So this is Chip Smith? that we're talking
John
about?
Brown.
Oh, John Brown, yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm.
He's the one who cut down Chris's sequoia. Wasn't that the guy, Chris? Didn't you have there was a big sequoia there he cut down. Am I wrong?
not at this property.
I thought it was a 30 Black Horse.
No, it was 80.
No? Okay.
Somebody cut down a redwood tree on your property?
No. It was 80. No, it was a project that came before us and they destroyed this poor tree.
Yeah.
Metasequoia.
Metasequoia.
Yeah.
I don't know. What does everyone feel?
Charlotte, what are our options? Our realistic options on this?
Approve it with the current correspondence that's in the records, or deny it and ask for an as-built, and then he would have to come back with a new request.
No idea.
Yeah, these are fun.
Sounds to me like it's the kind of thing we probably should get kind of dusty and old and get behind us as quickly as possible.
Let's punt.
Yeah.
Okay.
20
I'll
years
make
ago. Let's
make
vote
a
on it.
motion to issue a certificate of compliance for NOI 0112 and NOI 0147 for 30 Black Horse Lane. Do I have a second?
Second.
Having a motion and a second to issue a certificate of compliance for 30 Black, two separate ones, right? Two certificates of compliance. The 30 Black Horse Lane. Take a roll call vote. Will Ashton,
Ashton, aye.
Tom Bell,
Tom Bell, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisner, aye.
Trish Grady,
Trish Grady, aye.
Chris McFarland abstains. That vote passes 5-0-1. I just had to be different for something.
DYA, huh?
Yeah, no kidding, man. See you guys. Good luck.
Yep.
Well done, Charlotte. You got us through that one.
Okay. Conservation agent updates.
Yeah, I'll run through these really quick.
roll.
Long story short, a lot of people have been busy with landscaping. So in doing that, I've gotten fallen tree reports, vegetation polling. So I've issued 4 cease and desist letters that I requested them to come to the 19th meeting. So I apologize that meeting. We got rid of a lot of items tonight, but I apologize that meeting will be long partially because of me. One of them has been continued to June since the owner can't be present, but as a result of all these violations, what I'm thinking of doing whenever I have a free moment is I'm going to create a tree removal guide essentially, and I plan to publicly post that everywhere because I think it would be a great educational tool. I'm happy to obviously like educate residents as best as possible, but I do not really like doing it after they've already done it. So if I can be proactive, I will. So I will definitely be working on that. And then another document I'm working on, which I think we've all, kind of read in emails, is a submission checklist and a guidance document in accordance with our current bylaws and rules and regulations. With a lot of different engineering companies coming to us other than just Morrison Cavanero, I think it's really important to create this, especially for any newcomers, any newer engineers or companies that we don't see that often that don't work in Cohasset a lot. They definitely should be reading our rules and regulations and our bylaws, but any additional documentation also helps to make it nice and crystal clear so that, it's there and it's very obvious. And then having said that, if anybody has any edits or revisions for our stormwater or wetlands rules and regulations, we can make those at any time and we can vote on them. Bylaw revisions will have to be voted on and go to the Attorney General, and so they have a few extra steps, but for rules and regulations, we can revise those at any time. I have a running list. So if anyone, again, likes reading through the regulations and wants to provide any suggestions, I will definitely take those. But for now, I will work on the checklist in accordance with our current laws. And I'll circulate that whenever I can get to it. 339 Jerusalem Road, that was to repair and extend a seawall. We had already issued an order of conditions for it back in 2020. I just had a pre-construction visit, so they will be starting that work soon, and they will probably be done within the next couple months. So that's a quick turnaround project. Sawyer Street, you guys may have seen it. The trees have now been cut down. A few additional ones outside of the silt sock from when Chris and I did our tree walk inspection with the town. Given the close proximity to the sidewalk, you probably were not going to survive. So we evaluated them to be in poor health or, detrimental health per the project. And so the silt sock is now completely installed. DPW does plan to start it soon, but they haven't given me an exact date. But their Mass DEP sign is also posted now, so nice and clear for everyone. And then the last update I had was for 14 Parker Avenue. The Julians have requested that they would like conservation's input on planting 2 trees, one relatively near where the cedar tree was cut down by the 10 Parker Ave property owners, and another in a similar location. The owner and Eric have also had discussions about certain species. One of them that they are interested in is actually a sequoia species, like a giant sequoia that is not on our planting list because, they are endangered and they are no longer present on the South Shore, which is why they're not on our native plantings list. So that was one of the species that they had recommended. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
10,000 years ago, the most dominant tree in North America was a sequoia. All right, this is post-glaciation and all of that. Subsequently, climate's changed and the sequoia has been, its home territory has been drastically restricted, but it technically is a native tree. There were sequoia here in the past. And this lovely lady would just like to plant one. Yep. And it's the perfect tree for the situation.
Which species is sequoia? What's she talking about?
Honestly, she's actually.
So she had 2. So there were 2 that she was considering. She sent us her plant wish list from Weston Nurseries. One of them is giant sequoia and the other one is blue giant sequoia. So she was considering either one of those. And then
did they have the Latin names there?
Yes. You know what? I'm going to pull this up.
Dendron gigantea.
So this was sorry, I love scientific names, but I'm terrible at pronouncing them.
Dendron gigantum.
Yeah.
So this is, she was thinking of either one of these, and then her second for the second tree that she would like to plant, she was considering one of the cryptomerias. And I understand that obviously some of them are not native. So that's why she's open to other feedback from the commission if we are interested in entertaining these, but they just want to clarify that they would be in the buffer zones. So, she's open to feedback, but these were her two that she would prefer, one cryptomeria and one, sequoiadendron.
Sequoia.
So Charlotte,
The
Charlotte-
sequoia is an American tree.
Mhm.
All right. The
Yep.
cryptomeria is definitely un-American.
I know, yep. I know.
I recommended to her she
Yep.
choose a Virginia, a juniper. All right.
Okay, you recommended a juniper? Okay.
She was happy with that.
Mhm. Okay.
Charlotte.
I don't think a gigantea could survive here. It's too cold for too long here.
Yeah.
They do survive here. They survive throughout all New England, Tom, actually, but that's what my research shows.
Yeah, but not that species. I mean, there's two species. There's sempervirens, which are the coastal ones, and then the giganteums live in the Sierra at a very, very restricted elevation range. I can't remember what it is, but they can only, I don't think that they can stand our winters. I've never heard of anybody planting one on the East Coast. Are you aware of that? I mean, you could plant the deciduous one from Asia. What is that? What you were talking about before, Chris?
I'm
Yes.
sorry.
Yeah, the one that loses its leaves, basically.
Yeah.
That one can overwinter, but I don't think that the giganteum can make it here.
Tom, she's looking kind of an opening here. I told her she's got to work it out with the tree expert. It's not up to us to choose this type of thing and to authorize it and guarantee anything whatsoever. She's just kind of looking for a bit of permission to go beyond our standard 5 conifers that we offer. And she's a great lady. She's playing the game honestly. She's up front. She comes to us first. And my feeling was we should give her the benefit of the doubt, but not select a tree forward, not guarantee anything, but have her work with her arborist to choose what was appropriate.
Charlotte, was that cedar on her property?
It, based off of an old site plan that she showed me, yes.
And yet the neighbor has a site plan where he said no.
This is where it's.
All right, so
Yep.
now beside for that,
Mhm.
what is the bylaws position on planting in the 50-foot buffer?
So planting is a little bit more gray area, but the rules in our bylaws are no person may remove, dredge, fill, or alter in the resource area or buffer zones without our permission. So the question is, which is my question to you guys as well, is does planting in the 50-foot buffer or 100-foot buffer necessarily qualify as an alteration? And I think you can argue it both ways. But as we know, one of the trees was cut down, so we'd be replacing it with a different tree. It obviously wouldn't have the same, root structure, height, and, shade coverage and things like that as the cedar tree, but that is a question that I'm very curious about. I did not, unfortunately, have time to ask legal counsel before this, but obviously we know cutting down a tree and taking out a stump clearly meets those definitions per our bylaws and the Wetlands Protection Act. But the Wetlands Protection Act also isn't really clear about specifically planting only. So it's like this is where it's also an interesting conversation in terms of planting 2 trees. Do we ask that she submit an RDA, and she was open to that, or do we allow something like this as since we're talking about it publicly?
The bylaws also say it's not our objective to control detailed landscaping.
Correct.
Within
Yeah.
the buffer zone. And that there's a certain latitude that the owners have to make choices on their own behalf without coming to us asking to write a letter of approval.
Correct. Yeah.
For these things. And I assumed planting was included in that area. So, but
Yeah, there are certain landscaping activities that are outlined in our rules and regulations, and a lot of them relate to like maintaining landscaping. So like vista pruning, lifting trees, for example, those are all outlined in our rules and regulations. It's a little unclear about specifically planting only, but I do think that to some degree, that makes sense. If it's not our job to micromanage every type of landscaping activity in the buffer zones. What we're really looking for are those legal buzzwords, which is remove, dredge, fill, and alter. Don't have a strong preference one way or another of, I think we can all agree that we definitely want to work with an arborist here to see what's best for the area. But I think the question for us is, do we want her to submit an RDA?
Well, it's, I don't know, if cutting down a dead tree qualifies for an RDA, I don't know how digging a hole and putting a tree in doesn't, but I don't.
She's willing to do an RDA. She's willing to work with you and put it together. She's willing to follow the rules and to follow the advice of a professional arborist. I'll Tom's concern about the wrong type of sequoia. Go ahead with that. And it's all falling into place. I don't see any big disagreement here.
Sure. Okay.
I
can recommend an RDA.
I was just curious why anybody would. I was just looking it up, and it's not going to survive here.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm happy to recommend.
That's her problem, right?
Yeah.
Tom, suppose she chose one that would survive, resulting from her discussions with her arborist. So
yeah, whatever.
That was my idea. I didn't want to get involved with the decision of good or bad, but to bring a professional arborist in to helping her take that decision.
No heavy equipment, that's for sure.
Yep. I don't think her sequoia is going to be very big, Tom or Chris.
You don't think what?
I don't think her sequoia is going to be very big.
No.
At this stage.
The white pine near that area too is also like, I would say it's over like 80, 90 feet. So it's pretty tall, and it looks like these only get to be about 50 feet. So it would be underneath the, coverage of the white pine if it were to survive.
Well, give it 1,000 years and it'll get
true.
Taller than
yeah, true.
In my afterlife, when I come back, all right?
Okay. Yeah, so I think the general input is we would like to see an RDA just, to be consistent here. And, obviously that she's already planning to do this, but consult with an arborist about what 2 species that she would like to plant would do well in that area. Does that sound good?
Chris?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, it should come off our list. I mean, Eric made the list. That's what it should come off of. Because even the other one, the cryptomeria, it's a nice plant, but it's not. It shouldn't be dropped in the buffer zone.
Right.
I guess the question is, there are different levels of being native. One is a truly American tree. The cryptomeria is Japanese. It's Chinese. So there's no way that's ever going to qualify. So, and she's looking for what I would call an American tree, Chris. But we would say it's not native to Plymouth County. No, it's not. It's native to America. But if that's the problem, I suggest we have her submit an RDA.
Yeah,
we'll look at the quality of that.
Sure. Yep. That sounds good to me. All right.
48-hour issues?
Unfortunately, I have 2. I'm sorry. Long story short, DPW and the IT department are looking to install poles with call boxes. There are 3 proposed locations. One is at the corner of Jerusalem and Atlantic, one is on Linden Road, and the other one is near Black Rock Beach on one of the town-owned parcels. The one on Jerusalem and Atlantic is definitely within our jurisdiction. The one on Linden does not appear to be, and then Black Rock is a little bit up in the air. I did talk to legal counsel about this. There is an exemption in the Wetlands Protection Act 10.02-2-B2H about the installation of utility poles with call boxes is an exempt activity. However, we do not have that exemption in our bylaws. And so Amy Questle said, if the commission requires a filing, it could be an RDA under the bylaw, and you would proceed from there. But there is an exemption to the Wetlands Protection Act. We were just not that specific in our bylaw. We only have an exemption for the maintenance, repair of existing utilities and stuff like that, but not for the installation of poles with call boxes.
I think our bylaws do say, though, that the intent of our bylaws is not to restrict anything that's in the Wetland Protection Act. So I would say, or maybe they should do maybe they should talk about an emergency certificate.
No, I'm good.
And then come in front of us and make it like it has to be done on Monday.
Whoa.
I don't want to suggest that.
All right.
Well, tell them to call me and I'll suggest it.
Okay.
Maybe
but do we
Tom
agree-
could go out there and visit the site, because then we can hear this 9 months from now or a year.
And they can look for some tadpoles.
The installation also will be all hand done, so it will not bring in any heavy equipment or anything like that. If anyone is concerned.
They're gonna dig
Wait a minute,
hole in my
who
hand for utility
is
pole?
saying that? That's BS.
That's what DPW told me. So
Where are they gonna find somebody to pick and shovel a hole big enough for a utility pole?
it's like I can show a picture of what it looks like, but you guys know what the call boxes look like, right? There's a few around town. No?
No,
I can pull it up.
That's okay.
No? Okay.
We'll see it
They're
when
not gonna hand dig it though, that's for sure.
Yeah.
All right. So RDA.
Next.
No, tell them to go do it.
Okay.
I'm gonna leave us alone.
Charlotte, next.
Yep. The last one, I promise. Long story short, I received a report about sorry, I'm trying to pull up my screen here, about some activity that was happening on 100 Whitehead Road as regards to the private beach that's on the property. So this is the view from October 2021. This is the beach, and I'm using Near Map, which is really cool. This is what was recently done April 12th, 2022. So as you can see in the aerial imagery, there is a beach combing device that's on the beach, cleaning and clearing the beach of all the rocks and everything. I actually, when I was closing out the permit that we closed out a while ago for their infinity pool, on their property over there, I did talk to the property manager. He mentioned that he was planning to do this, and I told him, okay, you would need a notice of intent submission. And I even talked to Kevin Arrow Consulting about it. Oh, by the way, they might submit something for this, just so you have a heads up if they go with you guys. And, months go by, and I received this report, and you can clearly see the vehicle tracks all over the beach. Possibly looks like they might be going into the water. So this is a violation.
Can you slide it back again?
Yep. So there are rocks and stuff and seaweed and everything that collects along this beach. And
It's the same thing they do at Sandy Beach. It's the same thing they do at Sandy Cove. They clean the beach. I bet you I even know who's driving that tractor.
Yeah. So I will be giving the property manager a call, but per the Mass DEP enforcement manual, they highly recommend going with an enforcement order when there has been a violation directly in the resource area and not just in the buffer zones. So
what is it? What is an enforcement order going to do?
an enforcement order can be basically what we want in terms of we can require an after the fact notice of intent to be submitted by a certain day. We can bring them in for the show cause hearing first before issuing that, but an enforcement order can have a series of conditions that we want the property owner or the offender to comply with. And if they don't comply with it, you would go to additional violation measures and possibly fines.
Let's ask for a public beach day down there.
Yeah. Add that to the list.
Well, is it possible, Charlotte, to deal with this without the commission, that you can do something and then say, in the future, just like Sandy Beach, just like Sandy Cove, you have to have a order of conditions to do this work yearly.
It sounds like she did that already, though.
No,
I
he
kind of
didn't.
did by talking to him months ago, saying you need a notice of intent
Right.
submission, and I used Sandy Beach as an example. And clearly it was done without my knowledge until it was reported earlier this week. I can do enforcement orders on my own, but they have to be ratified by the commission at the next hearing.
How did we handle Sandy Beach? I mean, we went to them for 3 years and then finally someone said, oh yeah, the Cavanaro is going to come in front of you.
So I can look back at the original submission records, but they did have an order of conditions that has since expired. They did not comb the beach and clean the beach last year, but they are planning to do it this year. And actually Mass DEP recently issued the Sandy Beach Association a letter saying you need an open order of conditions in order to do this work. And so they're working with Cavanaro Consulting to submit a notice of intent to us. And we had extended their permit for a while, but it expired in May 2020, shortly after the start of the pandemic. And, you know, the activity was kind of, you know, slowed down during that time, but it's very clear from Mass DEP that to do this type of work, you need an order of conditions. Yeah.
Let's get it.
Then hit him with a show cause hearing and bring him in.
Okay. All right. So no enforcement order for now?
No, just set up a show cause, and if they don't come to the show cause, then we'll hit them with
Okay.
enforcement.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. That's it.
Any other 48 hours?
That was it.
Any announcements? Any?
Nothing yet, Chris.
Well, don't you have some good news to share?
Oh, I didn't share that yet. I forgot.
Oh, you didn't. I forgot to say it last time. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we had our third girl on the April 13th.
Oh,
Congratulations. That's
Thank
amazing.
you.
I'm really sorry.
How many boys
Great
did you have,
girl.
Will? How many boys?
None, just 3 girls.
Oh,
And- and-
congratulations anyways, all right?
Trust me, fourth is a charm. Go for it.
I hope your wife is okay?
Yeah, everybody's good, healthy. We're all good. Thank you.
You must be exhausted.
Man, that's a lot of.
That's hard, yeah.
Good.
better start saving for college.
Oh, I know.
Weddings, proms, everything.
Sports.
Shoes.
Oh my God.
Investing in a senior prom dress.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
Okay.
Motion to adjourn.
So move.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Great meeting, Chris. Thank you very much.
Night,
Thanks,
everyone.
guys.
Night. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Have a great night. Bye.
Guys, bye.
Thank you. Bye, guys.